This episode of Off My Shelf contains coarse language and adult conversation. Listener discretion is advised. Hello, my name is Tracy James, and welcome to Off My Shelf, a podcast about movies that are well off my shelf, where we go through my DVDs and talk about the movies in my collection. In this episode, Leah Erbe joins me in talking about a couple of genre-defining movies with Silence of the Lambs and Sin City. Welcome!
Hello!
Thank you for joining me this week.
Thank you for having me on to talk about your secret need to eat people.
Oh, yes.
You could have just asked me about wanting to eat people. You didn't have to.
Oh my God, that's what I should have said. I should have said 2 movies with cannibals. I didn't even think about it. No.
We can start again.
Well, yes, I can. Leah Erbe joins me talking about 2 movies with cannibals, with Silence of the Lambs and Sin City. Oh, welcome!
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
I don't know why I did not put that together. I spent like 2 hours trying to just think of something that connects the movies besides sort of having a detective story in it. And I was like, no, there's something much deeper in both of these films, but cannibalism for some reason did not smack me in the face. Ridiculous.
I would argue it is skin deep.
Yes, it is. I see what you did there. Yes.
It's going to be like that, I think, the whole time.
Love it. Love it. This is why you're here. Thank you.
I'm so pleased.
Yes. I will say I haven't watched either of these films in a very long time. I did remember most of all the things that happened in Sin City. But besides the characters in the movie, I remembered nothing about Silence of the Lambs. Like I was sitting there watching it going like, I was like, what? Like of course, like the scenes that are in like the popular screenshots and stuff from the movie, of course, like I remembered those because you see them everywhere,
Yeah.
But I remembered, I was like, okay, so there's an FBI agent and there's the killer Buffalo Bill and there's a cannibal Hannibal Lecter. And then the movie started and I'm just like, how do these go together? Like, I don't understand how these things go together. This doesn't make any sense. And as the story's going along, I was legitimately surprised at where the story went and all that kind of stuff because it really was like I was watching it for the first time.
Oh, I love that.
So
I love that.
Which was both surprising and horrifying, and like it was refreshing because all of these movies I remember because they're on my shelf. I've watched them. I know what's gonna happen in them. Blah blah blah. And it's just watching them again. It's just sort of like a refresher and a get to know you again kind of thing. Whereas this was just like a full handshake. Hello, nice to meet you.
I'm so happy that you got to have that experience because I love this movie. I don't watch it a ton. I think that would be if I was like, oh yeah, Thursday night is Silence of the Lambs night. That's like a lot. But I watched Hannibal. I love this movie. I love the books. Every time I pick them up. I mean, even last night I was like, maybe I'll look up one little thing from Silence of the Lambs and had to separate myself from the book because it was that or I stay up all night reading it again. It's just compulsively readable for me.
Yeah.
And I have a lot of experiences with watching things that I don't remember. I have just a terrible, especially for plot memory of things that I've seen. I hadn't seen Sin City since it was in the theater. And that was the experience I had with it last night, watching it. Like, what? Was Bruce Willis in this movie? Was he always in this movie?
There's 800 people in this movie. Like, it's ridiculous.
Is anybody not in this movie? Stand up now.
This is the question. You could check up on your head, like, who is not in this movie? Okay, not Tom Cruise, and you're just like, who else? And then you're just like going down the list. You're just like,
Tom Cruise, Kathy
Richard
Bates.
Gere's not in there, I guess. like what? This is crazy. There was even a surprise for me. Did you pick up that Mr. Ron Swanson, aka Nick Offerman himself, is in there? He has no lines, but he's there.
I did. You can hear him if you really turn it up because I made Mike and I were watching Sin City and I made him go back. When I saw in the IMDb that he was listed, I was like,
Yeah.
wait, stop.
Oh no, I
We have
recognized
to.
him. I recognized him on screen in the first scene you
I
see him in.
did
He showed up and I was like, I did the wait, the what
not.
wasn't that was what? But I didn't remember he was gonna show up again in that storyline, like the end of the
Yeah.
storyline. So I was like, okay, when I'm done, I was too into the movie anyways to like stop and IMDb and all that kind of stuff. And so I was like, when I'm done, or I'll watch the credits and check whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh,
but then he shows back
yeah.
up. I'm like, that has to be him.
It's absolute. Yeah. As soon
That
as you
is
see it, it's like,
absolutely
oh,
him.
it's a tiny baby Nick Offerman in there.
Bleach blonde, shaved head. I was just like, oh my god, what is happening? Yes,
Couldn't totally see the details, but I'm assuming like an eyebrow piercing and a chain wallet. He's just such
something
a
like that.
small
Yeah,
child. Yeah.
it's so weird.
Yeah. I
I
had
loved
a
it.
real uh I just had a party with IMDb open the whole time. Mike. Pat. Guess who that is? Guess who that is?
It was amazing. I loved it.
Yeah.
I loved it. But also speaking of books, it's really weird. So I have four movies back to back that are all based on novels slash graphic novels.
Ooh,
And I didn't even realize this until I started watching these movies because I watched the other ones already. And I'm like, okay, these are based on books. And then I was watching this and I'm like, wait a second, these are also based on books. This is crazy.
that's a
But
lot.
it is, it's a lot. And like I wanted to ask you before we go any further. So not any further. I should say, let's go into Silence of the Lambs because I guess we're sort of back and forth in there.
So
Um
excited. Oh, Tracy, I'm just so happy it's finally here.
you're like, yeah, yes. You were wide-eyed when I put this out. Like, oh, so we're doing Silence of the Lambs. Like, I'm on that one. That's the one I'm
That
doing. And you have
excuse me, I'll take
explained
this.
you've explained it to me, so I get it. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I wanted so before we get into like a deep dive of it, because you like the book so much, how different is the source material than the movie? Is what I'm
Ooh,
curious about.
this is a good question. So I'm not an expert because I did not read the book last night because I had sleeping to do.
Yes.
But it is fairly faithful. I think the book, the thing that both of them have in common is the skill with which they are crafted and presented. It's uh, like Silence of the Lambs is like a proto airport novel. It's the
Oh.
best airport novel, like a Dean Koontz or a
Mhm.
thriller novel. It's like that, but it's just the crafting is done so well, right? Like if it's an office desk, the drawers are going to fit just so. Each joint is going to be beautifully dovetailed. So that is what, the details change a little bit, but the characterization is really solid. It's very faithful to the book. And really the thing that for me makes it feel like the book is the underlying the movie does such a good sense, such a good job of conveying the underlying stacks and stacks and stacks of detail that we don't
Okay.
even see. But you watch that movie and you things feel real, right?
Yes, they
The
do. Yeah.
the things feel lived in, the sets feel lived in, the details of the case. Like I don't doubt that we are just seeing the tip of the iceberg of this case and that there's so much in the case file and
Mhm.
that, everybody around Clarice and she have rich inner lives, that kind of thing. So the book does a really good job of filling in. Harris did so much research and just so much work filling in the details in that book, which is part of what makes it so compulsively readable. Is there's a
Okay.
lot there, and it just zooms through it.
Yeah,
Same with the movie.
one thing about this movie that makes it, I think, better than quite a few other thrillers is that I find in a lot of thrillers there's a certain point where there's a jump to a conclusion that is plausible, but so wide that you're just like, guess I'll allow it. Like you're like
Mm-hmm.
it's not ridiculous or anything, but you're like, okay, yes, the two characters talked something out and they got to a certain point,
Hmm.
but really they should have gotten to 6 points in between before they hit
Hmm.
there, right? Because they're like trying to like hurry the story or trying to be like, look, we don't want to fill in the middle. Like we just don't want to think that hard about it. Just let them jump to this point and then we're good to go.
Right.
And it's not so far that you're just like that's stupid, but it's far enough that you question like how did they get there? But I guess they're smart and you shrug and you just if it's acted well, you just let it happen. Whereas I find
Yes.
this movie, the jumps and the conclusions or like even like the points she makes or where she goes and how she finds the information just seems like very small steps and all very plausible that she got there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think uh, it, going back to the movie, because it's been a while since I had watched it, I was struck by, the sort of Dan Brown level of the clues that he gives Starling, like the your self storage is the first one, look inside yourself for a clue. And I was
Yes.
like, we're 20, 30 years out from the movie, and we're 20 years of Criminal Minds out of seeing this movie being reshaped into, so many substandard and standard procedurals in Criminal Minds, which is like pretty good. But still, we have seen that play out so many times that I was like, ooh, I don't know about this
Yeah.
weird clue. But again, in the reality of the movie, I was reminding myself that Chilton is listening in on everything he says, and that Lecter is almost definitely going to give the broadest, dumbest clue that he knows will also escape Chilton because
Which
he
it
hates Chilton
does.
so much,
Yeah,
which
because
let's
it's
put a pin in that, or maybe several pins in Chilton just to,
yeah.
I want to talk
Yeah.
about him later.
I mean, I feel bad at the end for thinking I'm like, well, this is what you get. But also I'm like, does a man deserve to be eaten for being just a dick? I'm like, I suppose. I don't know.
Well,
But
this is, central to the entire franchise, this
yes,
question.
this that's the thing, right?
Yeah.
Um, because I did actually see the follow I saw Red Dragon and I saw
Mm-hmm.
there's two other
Hannibal.
movies, right? And Hannibal. Not the TV
And
show, the movie. We've had a discussion about well, maybe we'll bring it back up again because I cannot watch Hannibal the TV show,
I'll watch
and
it for you.
and that is fine.
Yep.
Though all the actors in it are actors that I love. I know Gillian
Mm-hmm.
Anderson shows up in there.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I always forget her name, but the chick from like Firefly and stuff. I love everything she shows up in
Mm-hmm.
because she's just such a powerful presence and she's
Mm-hmm.
always just so good. You know, there's Lawrence Fishburne and there's Mads Nicholson and like they're just all such good actors and they're all such huge presences. And I'm like, I want to watch this show. And then I watched the show and listened to the show and I was like, I can't do this. This is not a thing I can. I don't care. It is a beautifully shot show. The thing that people it surprises people that gets me with the show
Mm-hmm.
is the Foley.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Whoever the Foley artist is, or whoever designed the show to turn up those sounds when he is cutting or when
Ah.
he's eating. And it's that like that sort of like wet,
Yeah.
sticky, whatever, you know.
It's a
It
lot of
is
mouth sounds.
it's a lot of mouth sounds. Like even sometimes it's not even him. Somebody else is like eating lunch and you just hear the sounds and I'm just like, I
Yeah.
can't do this.
Yep.
And that's the thing that really got me about the show. I mean, I did see the part where they I think I turned it off when I think it's like the second episode or the third episode where there's like what is it? It's called like a Viking angel where they like
Oh,
flay
yes.
the back and they
Yeah,
like
the
walked
the
in this
blood angels.
place.
Yeah.
Yeah, they walk in and they show it and I was just like
Oh.
and then they also did something that made that like squishy
Yep.
hand and jello sound, you know, and I was
Mm-hmm.
like and I'm done. I was like I can't not doing this. Um it's still on my list of things to watch, but I doubt I'll ever get to it. Well,
Maybe with the
yeah.
subtitles on, sound turned
Yeah.
way down.
Way down exactly, you
Yeah.
know. Um, but going back to to my point is that like I know the world or have
Mm-hmm.
remember an idea of the world. So I've been around it for a while. So like I said, it was very weird that when I put this movie on, I was like, I don't remember any of this. And like,
Yeah.
yes, I do. It does have that like Dan Brown, you know, low level
Just
procedural
to it.
feel to it, but it's just done so well that you're just like, I that's just fine. This is fine.
Yes, and it has the I think it has that effect because of everything that came after it. It's the experience that you get when you watch something that is genre defining and you go, "Oh, that's where it came from." But if you're watching it again after 30 years of just like constant like this was so good. Let's everything for the next 30 years, let's just base so much media on this. It doesn't have the same impact.
Yes,
You know,
that is very
it
true.
doesn't hit you quite the same.
Yeah.
I have several times in my notes just like I just go into all caps lock, just like I wanted to watch this in the theater, except I was 9 at the time, so I probably didn't. But just
Probably
the experience of
would have
watching this
been,
for the first time.
yeah. I bet you there was a lot of like whispers and oh, like that kind of like the guttural reaction to like the graphicness of it. Because like even
Mm-hmm.
at the beginning of the movie when they first found the body and they were
Mm-hmm.
showing the crime photos of it and
Ooh,
they showed the close up of the back because even I was just like, yeah, that's too far.
yeah.
Because even for that, I find even for like this time period,
Mm-hmm.
pictures like that they don't really show them. They'll have like a flash on the screen, but it was like 10 minutes of them going through these pictures and like, look at this one. Do you see the
Mm-hmm.
cut over here? And I was just like, dude, do we have to do this?
Right. I can we talk about this opening sequence because I love it so 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 much.
Yeah.
Where so the first time we see the crime scene photos is after so Clarice is out on the run on her jog, her extremely acrobatic jog that makes me exhausted just
So,
looking at her.
sorry. I'm gonna cut you off there
Yep.
because you said you like the opening and then you're skipping the title sequence, which is one of the worst title sequences I've ever seen in my life. Because I understand what you mean. Like she's jogging, she's running, but then you have bold Arial black font with white
Yes.
outline just popping
Yes.
up the screen every once in a while. And I think
Yes.
it's one of the ugliest and worst things I've
Oh,
ever seen in my life.
we are at odds. Okay.
Like her
Tell me.
running through the woods, her doing
Mm-hmm.
the stuff, I find that's like an interesting backdrop to the information, the to the opening.
Mm-hmm.
That is fine. Like my thing is if that didn't have that big ugly writing popping up on it, I'd have been like great opening sequences. I love this. This is awesome. It is just a hideous font done in a hideous way and also there didn't seem to be the correct beats to when like the names are popping up
Mm-hmm.
or the title pops up
Mm-hmm.
because sometimes it's like every 2 seconds and then one was 5 seconds and then it was 10 seconds and it was blah blah blah, but usually when they do that it's just like, oh, something's gonna happen so we're gonna wait, then the thing happens
Mm-hmm.
and then it comes up. It didn't even seem like they were doing that. They were just like, just put it in the thing. Just what do you want it to look? I'm like, I don't care. Just make sure it's bold or something. Go ahead.
Mm.
And I was like, oh, that's so hideous.
Can I tell you my first note?
Okay.
I love the front titles.
My first note literally says, I didn't even start the sentence correctly, has one of the worst title sequence I have ever seen. That is my first line. That is it.
I think you make a very good point. And again, I'm not arguing that this film is a great film, although I think, you know, it is a lot of people would agree with me it's pretty great. But I just want to get out ahead of this, especially before we get into the more problematic stuff, and say that I love this film and acknowledge that you might be right. It might not be a good opening sequence. I can't tell anymore.
Okay.
But what I like about it is we've got the score, which is so like One Morning in the Woods, and we've got Jodie Foster, and she's so wholesome, and we've got the beautiful woods, and it's got my notes say this is a normal movie feeling, but then we've got this typeface that is incredibly stark with the black and the white outline that is a little off kilter, like the kerning
Yeah.
and sometimes it's
Yeah.
just like a little bit. So it's kind of like a rushed headline feel,
Hmm.
which also, as they dolly through the behavioral sciences unit, you can see the sign that points to the behavioral sciences unit inside Quantico is also a little bit
A little,
not
yeah.
quite perfectly spaced. It's like this is just an office in a basement and nobody is taking them seriously quite yet. But the front credits to me have this very jarring, feeling of here's something incredibly wholesome and here are titles that are impossible to reconcile with the pretty girl in the woods and the lovely score. Something is going to go seriously wrong.
Yeah. I think my problem is like I have seen other movies that have done this sort of like we are going to contrast what's happening in these credit sequence, and I get that. But
Mm-hmm.
I find this looked so bad. It didn't look like it
Mm-hmm.
was done purposefully. Like
Yeah.
it looked like they forgot about it. Like I said, they forgot about it and it was
Mm-hmm.
like just put up some letters. The rest of the film will save this. It's fine. Just do it. That's
Yeah.
what it felt like to me. You
I
know.
think that's also very valid, and I wouldn't be surprised if you were closer to right. Like I might have just retconned it into justifying why it was genius, but
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
it
But
it
now that
doesn't
you
feel slick.
no, it doesn't. And like, but now that you've said it that way, I'm like, A, I'm not changing my mind. I still think it's
Hmm.
hideous. But B, I'm like, what you're saying makes sense. Like it could be that typeface, that, rush to print feel that they were going for. It makes sense. It just looks so bad to me. It doesn't really translate as that
Yeah.
without, you gotta watch the whole movie, read the book, talk to the editors of the film, do all of this
Mm.
to come to that conclusion is what I feel like. Where it's like
Hmm.
they just didn't do it enough justice. Like I also feel like if it was supposed to be like a rush to print thing, sort of make it look like it was printed instead of, you know, first day
Hmm.
with word art. Like so I don't know. Like that's just how it came across to me. But
No, no, no.
yeah.
I think I, you're not wrong. I think that's a very fair assessment.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I love that we are starting right from the start. We're gonna rip this thing apart and put it back together, and you will
Oh
love
my
this.
god. I dug up from the course that I took a million years ago on script supervision. One of the homework assignments that we had was to just take a movie that we liked and break it down shot by shot, just to get used to like really quickly writing shot by shot descriptions, using camera terminology, all of that stuff. And I opened it up and remembered we were supposed to uh, break down not a particular amount of screen time, but to spend an hour breaking something down. And I remember sending in my homework and the teacher just looking at me like, "Did you go over your allotted hour?" And I was like, "I'm sorry, I just love this movie. I
So
went
I
so
guess
far
you
into
meant
this
you did it
movie."
on Silence of the Lambs. Got it. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You're like, I
Uh,
need an excuse to watch it again, and I'm just gonna type you the whole thing. It's fine. It's
yeah,
fine.
exactly.
I
Exactly. I
love
got real
it.
far into it. Like, what am I doing? I'm never going to use this. Oh my God.
It doesn't matter. You're just like, it's passion, I tell you, it's passion.
I don't know what it is, but yeah, it just really gets me.
Yes.
Um, but I
uh,
do think maybe titles aside, we were talking about the brutality of those crime scene photos, and we get to those photos pretty early in the movie.
yeah,
But
it's five
also,
minutes in. Yeah.
I wanted to talk about just the structure of the movie is very weird because we are very used to procedurals now,
Hmm.
and instead we have Clarice coming in to somebody who is not really her boss yet, kind of, and she is not comfortable or like she's not yet she's still a student. She gets plucked out of nowhere and she has to go basically on a work trip and deals with a bizarro consultant. That's what's happening to her.
Yes. Which I found to be very like what like I understand she is at Quantico, which is FBI headquarters or whatever, where
Mm-hmm.
their training facility is and stuff. And I know she is training to do this job that she is sent on.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think like I know why like by the end of the movie, you understand why this person who's quote unquote her boss,
Mhm.
Crawford, sends her because he thinks she is competent and can do this. But also it is just incredibly um oh my God, that's it's like sending a kid who's like 3 years old who wants a lollipop and sending them to the store by themselves.
Right.
You
Yes.
know,
That's
you're
yes.
you're just like why would you do that? Like, I
Mhm.
know you think that they're competent and they're gonna get something they want, and they if they try hard enough they can do this, but they're not at the appropriate level to be doing this
Mhm.
by themselves. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, it just seems wrong. Yeah.
So now might be a good time for anybody listening who does not know me personally to disclose that my husband and I have two cats. One of them is a big tabby who hates everybody, and his name is Special Agent Jack Pofford. And we have an orange cat named Will Graham. His full name is Wilhelm because he screams, and when he's in trouble, it's Will Graham Cracker because he's orange.
Yes.
So I'm into the lore. I love
You're
I
into the
love the
lore, yeah.
Hannibal lore.
Hmm.
But we were talking about part of the reason that Jack is named after Jack Crawford is because he's not like a mastermind at manipulating people, but he is pretty good at using people to get what he wants. In our
Yes.
cat's case, this has to do with thumbs and opening of cans of cat food, but he has
Yes.
no compunction about just putting people wherever to get what he wants done.
Yeah. He will put people in danger, and he will ignore people, and he will shout and yell at people. He doesn't do it to her specifically, but he has that compulsion to do that. He's like, "No, I need to get this job done. I don't care what it takes. We're getting it done." And he's unlike the doctor, I forget what his name is, but uh
Chilton.
he's
Ooh.
Chilton, yes. Unlike Chilton, like Crawford's not doing this for fame. He is in a like as we said, he's in a basement. People aren't paying attention to him, but he's like, no, no,
Mm-hmm.
no. I understand people's behaviors. I will push those buttons to get them to do what I need them to do, and we will figure this out no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's why he puts Clarice there. He's like, it's not just that she has the ability, it's that he is pushing specific buttons on her to make her want to do it. I think if it was any other student, I think they'd be like, I'm not ready for this. No, I'm not
Mm-hmm.
gonna do this. Where she's just like, I'm here to prove myself. I am gonna do this. Blah blah
Mm-hmm.
blah. And he knows she's gonna say yes.
Right.
Right.
And he puts her in front of Hannibal Lecter, which is like sending a kid to a store made of knives that eats
Yeah.
people.
You know what the
If
word
you're
was? Irresponsible. That's the word I can
That's the
remember.
one. That's a good one.
Irresponsible. Yeah, he
Yeah.
was very irresponsible in sending her there, which because yes, in the end it came out well, but I
Mm-hmm.
think in the quote unquote real world, she would be dead.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
There is a really great shot of her coming back one last time to those crime scene photos. And this is a camera move. Oh, the camera work in this movie. I wish I knew more about camera work, but alas, I did not go any further than the one script supervision course. But
yes.
when she comes into Jack's office and the camera revolves around her and then just pushes into her reaction, we just zoom in on her looking at these crime scene photos. That her eyes are like dinner plates. And we can see she's taking in as much information as humanly possible. And it's such a contrast with the criminal minds like, okay, here are some pictures that we're throwing up on the projector of like dismembered corpses. And, this is episode 32 of
The
season
12th season, yeah.
18 of, yeah, exactly. Yeah, whatever. He rips off arms. They call him the army
Yeah.
man. I don't know. It doesn't matter. On we go. And
Yes.
everybody's like so beyond cool and unfazed.
Yeah.
But instead, we get to see her. She knows that she's something special, but she also, I think, we get the idea that she is in over her head, and I think she knows that too.
Yeah. Well, because
But
I
it's
think
like,
it I think it's that whole like the first time you do anything, no matter how many times you do in the future, the first time you do anything, it's hard to do, or you
Mhm.
have this slight doubt in yourself, you're not going to be able to do it. And I think she sees these pictures and she's like, "A, yes, I've seen crime scene pictures before, but this is fresh and I don't like it."
And
But
real
also,
gross.
and real gross, yeah. And I think it's her putting on her like disassociation of it, be like,
Mhm.
I am just here to get information. I am not connecting with the victims. And I think that's also one of the reasons why she couldn't really get it until the end, because she refused to connect with the victim. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but she's like, no, just taking information on the page. It doesn't, she could have been reading just words and reading a page or a
Yeah,
gross picture, and she was just like, shut down. It's the same thing. We're
just
looking at it. Done.
taking
Yeah.
in. Yeah, so I wanted to. I have some notes. I have some notes.
Mhm.
I have so, I have so many notes. We could be here a while.
Yeah.
But one of the things, so this is the first conversation that we get where they use this, I looked it up, subjective camera technique, which is throughout the movie, we have actors talking straight down the barrel of the camera, staring right at us, and
Yes.
they're in like tight close-ups. It is uncomfortable
Hmm.
when and that, we're looking at what Jack Crawford is looking at, and it's her face framed so tight that she is clearly on display here.
Hmm.
And Jack is respectful to her, which, is a nice breath of fresh air in this movie, but he is absolutely upfront using her as a pawn. She says, "Why are we interviewing Lecter now?" And he completely brushes her off. She knows that she can't talk back to him. She knows that she is being used, and she has to weigh that, against, do I want to be used if it means that I will get an opportunity to do something that I wouldn't otherwise? And
Yeah.
it might not just be because of her skills. Some of it is, but not all of it is.
Hmm.
And then, I do like that exchange ends with us, again, that tight close up on Jack Crawford's face. And when he gives the take him seriously.
Yeah.
But I like the whole movie is just men shooting their shot in her general direction everywhere she goes, and it's exhausting and it's violating, and even the men who are respectful are using her. And I think that I don't know, there's something about that I found I that's part of why I connect so much with this material, is that you just connect so much with her experience through this completely relentless onslaught of men being near her but not interacting with her on an equal plane.
Well, it's true because I was gonna bring that up because like even before she gets to Crawford's office and you see her path through the FBI offices to get there, and
Ooh,
a
including the biology lab but with guns classroom,
yes, which
which I have a note
sure,
that says, you think there'd be a shortcut,
yeah,
but please go on.
sure, um, but like it also shows that there were so few women in the
Mm-hmm.
FBI because she's going to the like I think she passes like one other woman in the
It's
whole
Ardelia,
building to
I'm
get
pretty
there.
sure.
Not her, the other
Okay.
student. There was literally she got to like the behavioral sciences floor
Oh,
and a
yeah.
woman walked in the background or across her path or something. And that was the only other woman she passes to get there. And
Oh,
like also the scene right before that when she gets into the elevator and there's all of these like
oh,
six
what a
foot five
shot.
guys and she's
Oh,
5'3" and they're all just looking down at her like, what is this? And she's not paying them any mind. She's like, I got shit to do. And I
yeah.
was just
And yeah.
like she is so objectified from like the
Mm-hmm.
first scene of the movie all the way to the end of the movie because
Mm-hmm.
nobody, you're like, you're a little pretty thing. We should get married and go on a date. And she's all
Mm-hmm.
like, I have things to do. Okay, bye.
Yeah.
You're just like, yeah, like, but I don't understand. Like, she is a person who shows up in most spaces as a person of authority, and
Mm.
nobody's taking her seriously. And it was
Nobody
getting
takes her
me
seriously. Yes. Yes.
so mad. And I was
Yeah.
just like, the fuck is this? You know?
Yeah.
But I
Including
was,
of, sorry, go
yeah.
ahead.
No, but I like that that in most of the situations, like the first couple of scenes where she's being objectified, she either doesn't respond to it or brushes it off because she doesn't know how to handle it.
Mm-hmm.
But as the movie goes on, she uses their dismissive nature of her
Mm-hmm.
ag- against them, you
Mm-hmm.
know, like to get the information she wants or to get something from them or to get into a place, or to make people's guard go down. She's just
Mm-hmm.
like, I'm just a little girl, but can you tell me where you stashed the body? Like, oh, it's over
Yes.
here. You're like, oh, we got you. And I think it's great how very subtly they threw that character development in little sprinkles throughout the whole movie.
Yes. There is again, this is referred to explicitly in the book, but when they are looking at that body of the first victim, the one that's recovered from the river, and that is the point at which I think the only other point at which we see Starling like really have a moment of connection with these women.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I don't know if that's properly conveyed in the book, but we can see in the movie she's shook up, and it's hard to act that well with the weird vapor rub milk mustache under her nose, and
Yeah.
she does it anyway, and we take her seriously, which is tough.
Yeah.
But she's talking about the particulars of what she sees, with her super secret weapon, which is being a woman and noticing
Yes.
things like nail polish, which again, if I'm watching that today, I'm rolling my eyes, but
Yeah.
I'm going back 30 years, and she is the only woman in this room full of so many men
Well,
that none
even
of them are looking at the body, and there's so many of them, and they're all taller than her all the time.
yeah, and they're all just and it's not even like they're trying to connect even on her level. They're just
No.
fully looking down at her, talking down to her, dismissing her. Because even the scene where they're at the funeral home and she walks into the room, and the only person that's on her side in that room is Crawford.
And
And
even
all
he
of
sells her out.
and he tells her, he's just like, oh, we can't discuss this in front of the lady. Let's go to the other room. And
Ooh.
that made me it made me so angry. It made me
Yep.
viscerally angry.
Yes, it
And like
immediately you can
yeah,
it's not, oh, I am angry on her behalf. It's like, oh, I have that rage still. You
yes,
just had to
yeah.
remind me about it.
And her acting is so good in that scene because it's very clear, like on her face, that she is raging, but she's like,
Mm-hmm.
as the lady, I'm not allowed to show that. So I'm gonna just
Mm-hmm.
be like, I'll polite smile and turn away now. And that's what she
Yeah.
does. It's like, because we've all had to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, and I know in the next scene, Crawford explains to her why he did it that way. But at the
Yeah.
same
But
time,
she
I'm just
doesn't take
like,
his shit.
yeah, she's like, no, that's
It matters.
no,
It matters.
does
And
matter. Yeah,
I think
it's a perception that he ended up putting out to them
yes.
that
Yes.
diminishes her position that she's there for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And when she has to speak up to this whole room full of men, it's just like, get out of my space and stop milling around this body and not looking at me or the body or paying attention.
Yeah.
You can hear, we've already had Lecter talk to her about her accent. We know that that's something that she's conscious of. And you can hear the difference when she's summing up the case and talking to Crawford about it in the car on the way there versus when she speaks up in the funeral home, and her twang, her drawl is suddenly much more pronounced because she knows that if she uses her clipped, I'm hiding my accent, she's going to lose some credibility with these men. Instead, she has to assume not just the role of the kindly female who's really watching out for them, right? She's like, you've brought her so far. You've done so much for her. Let us take her from here. You've done such a good job. You've got to really just like massage them all the way out the door, but also she's got to do it and sound like their mother the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah. Or else they're not they're just gonna ignore her, like turn their backs on her.
Right.
Like, we're here. We're doing our jobs too. I'm like, but are you?
Right.
You're
And
not
then
doing
Crawford
anything.
Right, and Crawford gives her that little like, oh, impressive, Starling, just like a little head nod, and you just. I remember when I watched this movie the first, dozen times as a kid, being like, yeah, she's showing the boss, and now I just want to throttle him. Just
Yeah.
like, don't give her that head nod. You just threw her to the wolves. You just completely sacrificed her so that you could get more information from the whoever it was you were talking to.
Yeah. Yeah.
behatted cop number 65.
But bringing up like the nail polish and stuff, like I did find
Mm,
it funny that like nobody looked at her hands. Nobody was like,
right?
"What is this?" They're like, "What does nail polish have to do with anything?" I'm like, you should
Mm,
know. Like it's still evidence, even if it's
mhm,
girl, quote unquote girl evidence, it's still
mhm,
evidence. You
mhm.
got to pay attention to all of the details. And they're glossing over things simply because it's a woman, right? And you're just like, no, that's not really how that works. You gotta look at, you still have to look at all of the things, no
And
matter how uncomfortable you are.
right, that would never happen now. We'd never get a systemic failure of law enforcement to
Oh, no.
take care when investigating murders or disappearances of
Yeah.
so many
They're always very
women.
delicate and thorough with everything that they
Definitely.
do
Yeah.
when it comes to things. Yes,
Oh
I
boy.
totally agree with you in a
Oh boy.
non-sarcastic way.
Oh, I'm mad again. Now I'm mad again. Oh my God. Can we talk about Hannibal?
Yes. Yes, we
Okay.
can. Yes. What
So,
did you I mean, first of all, when we first see Hannibal and stuff, I was like, creepy as shit. What the fuck? And then he starts to
yes.
talk, and I was like, his voice is funny. I did not remember the voice or
Oh.
anything. I don't know why. His voice just sounded much different than I recall his voice supposed to sound. And I
Mm-hmm.
just thought he just sounded funny at first. And I was like, but then his like intense, you
Mm.
notice he doesn't blink when he's talking to
Mm-hmm.
her.
Yeah.
And she also picks up on that and she also doesn't blink. And I find it um like I know he's testing her, and if she looked away, he would pounce on that.
Mm-hmm.
And she does such a good job at meeting him at his perceived level. And
Yes.
that was very impressive to me. That,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. We see right away how completely outmatched she is, right? Like she's been set up as this star pupil. She's done really good work. Everybody's talking her up, and she knows it, right? She's like, maybe you could fill out our questionnaire. Oh, God, I can't believe they sent me here to do that.
Yeah.
you know, one thing that I really like about, well, before we even get to Lecter, right? We've got Chilton also shooting his shot and then getting all pissy when she's like, "I'm going back to my like school and go away."
Yeah. And also
um,
the only person in that scene that shows her any level of respect is actually the
Barney,
guard letting her
yes.
in. And I was like, "Oh, he's talking to her like an adult. He's just
Mm-hmm.
making sure he's safe." And he's like, "You can do it. Go ahead." I was like, "Cool."
Mm.
Um, but I don't know. So a thing that taints that scene for me,
Mm.
which will sound like a horrible thing, is because he's black. I will
Mm-hmm.
say it
Yeah, no,
immediately
I want to talk about this.
because my thing is it's like is a either he's respecting her because he's like I know what it's like to be talked down to and I know what
Mm-hmm.
it's like to be just left out, right? As a person who's a minority,
Right.
or they were just like I mean, I know it was the 80s when this book was written. I think it was released in the 80s or 70s.
80s.
80s, right? But that was still a time where like it was still real taboo for a black guy and a white woman,
Oh my God.
especially to be a thing. So they're like, look, we hired a black guy. We're just gonna make he's not gonna shoot a shot at her.
Yeah, he's one
We're
of the only
just
people that doesn't.
who doesn't. And
Yeah.
I was like, but he's one of the are there any other black people now that I think about it in the movie?
Yes, there is. There is her roommate
Oh
Ardelia,
no,
and I
yeah,
want to
she's
talk
black.
about her
Yes.
too.
Yeah. I really I like how supportive she is and everything and she's there and she's clearly a character.
Mhm.
I think they needed more of her in the
Yeah,
movie, to be honest.
she's
But
the one who finds the most important clue, which is a handwritten note that Lecter left in the case file. And Starling's supposed to be the detail oriented person here. Meanwhile, Ardelia is just quietly just like, here, you probably need this. It tells you what the next scene is.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah. I caught on that as well. And I was just like, I was like, oh, is that why at the end of the movie when she becomes an FBI agent and her friend gives her thumbs up that I kind of cringe at it. Like, shouldn't you like I think she becomes an FBI agent as
yeah,
well,
she
but
also does.
she doesn't get that recognition on stage, on screen as part of the movie. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, we know. Yeah.
it kind of feels like they've forgotten her importance by
Yes.
the end. Yeah.
It, you know, I again, there's a little more to her character in the book, but this is one of the places where I don't feel like Ardelia Mapp is a lived-in character with a ton of real backstory in this movie. I feel like she is Starling's helper and potentially maybe a bit of a magical best black friend.
Yeah,
A little bit, just a
agreed.
little bit. Okay,
Yeah, it's a
I don't.
tiny bit.
I I think yeah, that's what I wanted to talk to you about because now that is such a well-known trope that it has a whole movie to itself. Now I'm checking every time I see a cameo from a person of color. I'm like, what did this do to serve the white people in the film?
Yeah.
Is
Well,
is that all
because
it did?
that's the thing. Like I watch a lot of movies now, and it's like I am very A, I think there's less black people in film and TV now than there were 10, 15 years ago. A.
Oof.
B, whenever I do see a black person in a movie, all I can think is, why are you here?
Mm-hmm.
Are you here to fill a quota, which is insulting?
Mm-hmm.
Are you here to show some sort of to make some point, some random point,
Which is touchy.
which is very touchy.
Mm-hmm.
Um, or like, what is the purpose? I'm not like I am not saying I think I need a movie to have all black people or all white people. That is not what I'm saying in any way, shape, or form. It's just how like people of different races are presented in a lot of movies.
Mm-hmm.
I find now especially is so pointed
Mm-hmm.
because it seems so purposeful
Mm-hmm.
that you're just like, so I have to figure out why there's a person like whether you're Asian or black or Indian or whatever. As soon as
Right.
somebody of a different color shows up in like a 95% white movie, I'm just like,
Mm-hmm.
you're the token, right? You're just the
Mm-hmm.
token. That's why you're here. But like if you look at movies from like the mid to early 90s,
Mm-hmm.
you're just like, oh, they wanted a fun character, or you have to have the token black friend. And I mean, even the token black friend knew what it was. And I was like, I know why you're fine, whatever. I don't have to think
Yeah.
about it too much. But I find now, like every time somebody shows up, I gotta think about it. I
Yeah.
gotta think about it.
Which is bullshit because I don't want to be second guessing why a character is black. The whole point is a character should just be able to show up without me being like, I noticed that you're not white. Why are you here? Right?
Yes. Yeah.
Don't make me do that.
Yeah. Whereas movies from the 90s and early 2000s, even the 80s, well,
Mm,
there's very few black people in all those
mm,
movies, but I'm not gonna complain
mm,
about it.
mm.
Where like I didn't really I'm like, I noticed you were there, but I'm not sitting there. There's like there has to be like a deep reason why this person is here. No, that wasn't a thing. But now, every time they show up, I'm like, there's a deep reason why you're here. You're like, there
Right.
has.
Somebody
And
had to think about it.
yeah, and a lot of films that like they're all about like we have to tell more black stories or stories of color and whatever. But for every race, it's always something like overly oppressive that they're telling. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it's still all the black movies that
Mm-hmm.
are coming out, except for the Blackening, which I thought was funny and delightful.
Ooh.
Um, but like it's a lot of still Jim Crow era movies or
Mm-hmm.
slavery or somebody, I'm in abusive black people marriage and I gotta save my life. And it's all
Oh,
these
God.
like oppressive, victimized
Mm-hmm.
films,
Yeah.
and I'm just like, that's not the only black story there is.
Yeah.
An FYI. Or
Yeah.
drugs. The other thing is they're drug dealers.
Of course.
Yes.
Right away, forgot drugs. Yeah.
So, well, which is all of the TV that's on right now. Like you got
Oh,
like
for God's sake.
Power, you got Snow, you got there's like five of them. Whatever. I'm
Mm,
just like, and they ruined Fresh Prince with that taking itself too seriously nonsense. And I'm just like, I can't watch you. I can't.
mm,
This is not. I don't care about any of this. I don't connect with any of this. Don't want
mm.
it.
Yeah.
So yeah. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating. And
It
a
is
time where
very
they're like,
frustrating.
"Oh no, we're all about inclusion and we're just telling the stories of who the stories are." But as soon as you do have like superhero movies, for example, you got a black character and an Indian character in a movie, or like it's
Mhm.
led by women and everybody throws their hands up and they're going like, "This garbage. What you can't
Ugh.
do this." Blah blah blah. And I'm just like, I thought we were getting past this thing,
It's,
know.
boy,
Yes.
let me tell you, I am not feeling good about the state of the world, but I think so. Maybe I'm like not, maybe I'm a little doom and gloom about things, but it does really feel like things are getting worse.
It's not getting better.
It's not getting, no,
It's a
it's actively getting
falsified,
worse.
yeah, it's a falsified getting better because there was a point in
Yeah.
time where it was just naturally getting better and then they're like, no, 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 we're gonna make rules about this. And then you're just like, oh, never mind. Got it. Thank you. Have a good day. You
Ugh.
know.
Before we move on completely from the issue of characters of color, one of the things that, so instead of researching like I threatened to, I did check the Wikipedia.
Yes.
One of the things that really stuck out to me was among the people who were considered for the role of Hannibal was Forrest Whitaker.
Really?
Right?
Interesting. Yeah.
Right? But here's a place where can you have this movie and have Hannibal just be black without it being again? Now I'm like, but why is Hannibal black? What does that say about black people? That's not fair. That's
Yeah.
not fair.
That is not fair, no.
I want to watch Forrest Whitaker play Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah, but also my thing is, I think he would be an amazing. I mean, he's done bad guy roles before, so I think he would be really amazing
Mm-hmm.
in the role. But also for the time period that it's out, I'm just like, no white lady's gonna go anywhere near him. He's not. He
Mm-hmm.
can't. He would. It would be him getting them would be a loud, violent thing. Like they would run. He made one move at them, they would run screaming and
Mm-hmm.
yelling and he would be found much faster than Hannibal would have, or Buffalo Bill would have, I should say.
Well, yeah, I
Um,
was going to say, so
you know,
one of the things that sets Hannibal apart from the other, from Buffalo Bill, and we're going to talk about the issues with
that's
him
right.
too.
Hannibal was a therapist. He didn't kidnap people at
Yes,
the back. Sorry, I
Hannibal
was thinking,
violates men as well as women.
yeah, but I also think in the early 90s or the
Yeah.
80s, the idea of a black therapist was just like that doesn't exist. What are you talking about?
Well,
They're not
I'm
going to
sure
believe that.
for African American folks, they might want an African American therapist, which is actually a very reasonable thing to say, but it ends up with, make sure that you pair up the person you cast as the therapist in race with the person that you cast as the character, right? Some
Yes.
people would
Yes.
like, some people of color would like a therapist of color. That's a totally normal thing. But
Yeah.
again, you've only got two people on screen in that scene. If one of them or both of them are black, again, I'm second guessing why.
Yeah. It's
Ah!
not I don't think I would have second guessed why. I think I'd be upset the black guy's the bad guy because
Yeah,
again, demonizing black people, that's where my
right.
brain goes to,
Yeah.
unfortunately. No matter how good they are, I'm just like, well, now white people are gonna be scared of black people again, But
Mm-hmm.
also, I don't think based on how the character works and the atrocities of the character, you would have to change more people in the movie to be
Mm-hmm.
black for it to be believable.
Yes.
Because even the guy, oh my God, I keep forgetting his name. The guy who runs the facility,
Chilton.
Chilton. I keep wanting to call him Crawford. There's too many C. There's Clarice, there's Crawford, there's Chilton.
Oh,
I'm like,
shit.
why are there so many C names?
It's
Um,
Chilton. It sounds like some kind of delicacy.
It sounds like it's cheese, and there no Stilton is the cheese.
Chilton.
Sorry, yes, so it's cheese. Um, but I feel like he would also have to be black all of the victims he
Hmm.
would have had to be black. But then there's the whole joke, the police don't care if white people get killed. If black people get killed, sorry. Like police
Mm.
don't care if black people get killed. So I don't think they'd put him up in such a nice facility when they caught him. He would
Right.
just been shot immediately. Like
Yes.
there are based on how society works, the character doesn't work as a black person because
Hmm.
it suddenly becomes quote unquote unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yes. And also for like it's also for the most racist reasons why it becomes
Yes.
unbelievable. You're like, a
Yes.
black therapist doesn't make any sense. He's killing black people. They're not going to arrest him for that. They're either going to shoot him or just not care.
Right.
And
He's not going to
B,
make it to a place, a cell where he can sketch the Duomo.
yeah, they're not giving him anything when he gets
Yeah.
there anyways. Like that doesn't make any sense to me. Like,
No.
So there's I think it doesn't matter how open-minded the people making the movie was when they thought about Forest Whitaker, they were
Hmm.
probably just like, I don't think anybody's gonna believe it.
If you have to do, like you said, you have to do a lot of extra work if what you want is to really explore the way that Forrest Whitaker can portray this role. You got to make room for it, and that means doing a lot more changing of the story. And I can
Yeah.
absolutely see that. Plus, again, like you said about the voice, I think the the idea that, well, I mean, it's not like Forrest Whitaker doesn't have a British accent, but the idea that Hannibal Lecter is this incredibly genteel person, this very white person.
Hmm.
Everybody in this movie has the bluest eyes.
Yes. I noticed that. I was just like, what is happening with this? Why is
Yeah.
everybody's all fully like alabaster with shining blue and green eyes or like light brown eyes and they're just like twinkling in every scene. I was just like, what's happening here? What is
Mm-hmm.
this? Yeah. Yeah. It was interesting. Yeah. I guess
It was.
I guess that goes back to like the film style slash the film language that we were
Mm-hmm.
talking about earlier, because I think because of all the close-ups that you were
Mm-hmm.
showing, you get this like very intimate view of someone's face the whole
Mm-hmm.
time. Yeah.
Yeah. And we get a lot of FaceTime with Hannibal Lecter,
Yes.
but like close up on his face, on his weird unblinking face.
Face.
But one thing that I noticed is I think by the time we get to him, which is not very far into the movie, but
Yeah.
I think he's the first male character that is not introduced and like immediately given one of these close-ups. He is standing back from her.
Yeah, he's in the shadow, kind of
He
like.
is standing back in his cell,
Mhm.
allowing her to approach. But again, he performs respect at her.
Yes, yeah. That is
He
one thing he does
Yeah.
throughout the whole movie is he understands how people work based on body language, even if they're scared of him. He's like,
Mm-hmm.
if I give her space, she will feel comfortable. And I
Right.
think that's when he first steps into the light, why he is so scary. Where you're just like, oh, he's coming
Mm-hmm.
closer. Like that's your automatic like pull back reaction.
He's Yes, and he appears to give her space, which she does not have throughout the film. It's There's always men, and they're always taller than her, and I really, really feel that as a person of not height. That's a person who is underrepresented vertically
Yeah.
in her own body. Just the idea, like the feeling of one of these guys is going to turn around and elbow me in the nose is like such a constant thing for me everywhere, on the train, on an escalator. Like
Yeah.
I'm always aware of like people taller than me are have the capacity to like accidentally just like brush me aside.
Yeah.
And there's just a feeling of like shouting up into a feeling unlistening void. So we've got somebody in Lecter who is a feared. We get that amazing scene later on where the deputy asks if he's really a vampire, right? He's so feared he is a man of legend. And he is
Yeah.
just like, oh, hello. It's so nice to kindly, can I see your ID? He performs respect at her, but he still violates her. He immediately goes after her for the ID thing. He makes her sit while he stands. And then he makes her say what Mig said to her. And then he smells her.
Yeah.
So
Oh
do
God.
manners mean anything? Lecter still violates her. Jack still uses her. Chilton sours on her in 1 second when she's like, no, I don't want to stay here and date you, you weirdo, or
Yeah.
go out for whatever it is you're offering.
Yeah.
It just, it, ugh.
Yeah.
Is he
Yeah.
any better?
All of those scenes just made me incredibly uncomfortable, incredibly mad, and incredibly is offended the right I was offended. I
Mm-hmm.
was offended on her behalf
Mm-hmm.
in all of those scenes. It just
Yeah.
yeah, I did a lot of like a scene that especially that the Chilton scene happened and I was just like, oh. And then she went to the bug guys and the one guy with the whatever tried to ask her out and I was just like, oh my God. And
I
then,
think
you
he was
know, I was like,
successful because we see him at the end.
we do see him at the end, but I think he's associated with the FBI. I don't think they're like dating or anything. I think he's just associated with it and he's trying to get in for another shot, I think.
He might
And that's why he
be.
showed up. But
They might be dating at the end, but he also shoots his shot in, I think, a different way
mhm.
than others because she says, "Are you coming on to me?" And he just goes, "Yes."
Which is so sweet. It's very nice,
Yeah.
yes, to be honest.
So,
Um
even though like even the come-ons that are not totally unwanted, that she might actually have reciprocated interest in some of these men, it gets buried
it gets big,
underneath
yes.
underneath the
Mm,
onslaught.
yeah.
Um, but the thing, just going back to the this performance of respect
Mhm.
from Lecter, because then he completely eviscerates her entire character and is like just cuts her to the complete core. But
Yeah.
it isn't until she's leaving and Miggs does something unspeakable to her that he calls her back and gives her a clue.
Yeah.
We know that Lecter has enough control over Miggs to make him later die by suicide in his cell later that night, supposedly for the violation of Starling because he's mad about it because it was disrespectful. Who says that he didn't coax Miggs to do this in the first place
Well, I
so that he
think
would have a reason to give her a clue?
yeah, I
Otherwise, he was
think
about to send her away empty-handed.
yeah, I actually did go back to that and think that maybe Hannibal was like, "Oh, there's a sexy lady coming. Be prepared.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you could do whatever you want to her, right?"
Mm-hmm.
So and I feel like that's one of the reasons why he asked her like, "What did he say?" It wasn't
Mm-hmm.
out of like curiosity, like he didn't hear it. I think it was more out of like, I want you to
Yeah.
tell me the pain that you're in right now. I
Yes.
want I want I want you to make it so obvious that you're a woman and you're insulted and I want you to
Mm-hmm.
feel that insult again.
I want you to have to
You know.
lay that violation out
Yeah.
there. I
And
think,
then yeah, and then he's like,
yeah.
let me test that," and sniffs and I was like, "No.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
None of
It,
that."
it is very interesting in the post Me Too men or bear sort of era that we're in, where we're still having this kind of discourse about how women secretly actually have it great and this doesn't really happen and we're all making it up, and there are so many hateful men and women who are still perpetuating these stereotypes. That is part of why I love this movie so much. It is a validation for this one small sliver of the female experience. And again, big pin in that because I want to talk about trans issues. But for that one small sliver of I feel violated all the time. I feel not listened to. I have to weaponize my body and myself to get basic points across. Like, could you please leave this room so I can do the autopsy? I want to, I have to allow myself to be used as physical bait in order to get a career opportunity. And I have to pretend like I'm really thankful for it. Every man that I come across is trying to get in my pants, and they're like, and the second I say no, they're super rude about it. Chilton, that would be
Yes,
you.
yeah. Hmm.
Uh,
But it's not even they also show the microaggressions against her in the
yes.
movie that are not out like I mentioned that elevator scene at the
Oh,
beginning where it just seems like
what a
people walking
shot.
into an elevator. But I'm like, if you actually pay attention, she is minding her business. All of them are looking down at her, checking her, doing all this kind of
They're
stuff. And
all taller than her, and they're
they're
all
all
dressed in red.
yeah, and they're also all thinking they're being subtle about what they're doing, and they're
Oh,
not.
yeah.
And but the thing is, if if I go and I tell a man like I went into this elevator today and there were all these tall guys and it felt so uncomfortable, like, but why are you uncomfortable about men? Did they do anything? You're like, well, they kind of like looked at me on and they would just brush it off. You're just like, you're just insecure. But
Mm-hmm.
but when it's framed and you could see it, you know,
Mm-hmm.
you're like, oh, is that what you mean? Like, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
This is a film from a book written by a man, directed by a man, that is 2 hours of validating these kinds of the cumulative effect of these kinds of experiences.
mhm.
They happen and they build up at you. And I
Yeah.
think I don't know if you have seen or read the book or movie Hannibal, not the TV show. There's quite a bit of eating in the
Yes,
movie,
there's a
and
lot
also
more
some
eating
real
in
gross.
Hannibal. Yeah.
Oh, and there's some gross mouth noises from Gary Oldman's character. So
Yeah.
maybe skip it. But Hannibal,
I had seen
yeah,
Hannibal, but now that I'm thinking about it, I remember very little about it, except the scene where he's like eating a man's brain while he's alive, still alive.
yes,
But
the
yeah.
the greatest villain in either of those books, Paul Krendler from Justice, who is Ray Liotta in Hannibal, and who is represented here by, I forget who played him, but he's in like one scene, and I had to stop the movie to yell about how much I hate that character because
Yeah.
he is just the worst, and
Okay.
he is a more in Hannibal. Clarice is dealing with being this kind of star student and then moving into actually being an agent at the FBI. And a lot of men resent her, shocker.
Of
And
course.
a lot of men are rude to her. And then when she, gets into a case where she makes some questionable decisions in the heat of the moment, she does the best she can, but she is absolutely pulled onto the operating table and dissected, and she's grilled about all her choices. And some men, like Paul Krendler from Justice, take this opportunity to really tear her down because they just cannot handle her being around them without in some way knowing that they are superior, either physically or sexually or professionally. Just like, I can't take it. She's just standing there. I got to do something about this. She's just
Yeah,
standing here in the room with me.
it's the classic I will prove that you don't belong here thing,
Yes.
where it's just like you're like, this is a man's world. Why is a woman here? And no matter how good of a job she does, the smallest mistake, they will be like, see, and this is why you're not supposed to be here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hmm.
You've got to be, she has to perform both femininity and a non-gendered agent of the FBI role at the same
Yes.
time, both perfectly.
Yeah, because if she shows up to work in sweatpants, or even if she just wears like a regular pantsuit, like she wears a black shirt, white shirt, black tie, jacket, pants, they'll be like, "Why do you look like a man? What was your
Right.
problem?" But if she shows up to work in like a nice dress and her makeup and her hair done, you're like, "Where do you think you are? This is
Ah,
not, and no matter, but it doesn't matter how good of a job she does, no matter what she's wearing, the first thing they'll pick apart is her physicality. That's the
mm-hmm,
first thing they'll pick apart. And
mm-hmm.
but like men, it doesn't matter what their physicality is. They're like, you're doing a damn good job, Steve. And you're just like,
Right.
really? He just bought donuts for the office. And I don't understand why he's getting a pat on the back.
I, okay. Let me present to you another way to approach this. Why can we not give women a pat on the back for bringing donuts to the office? I think mediocrity should be applauded across all genders and presentation of
No, the
whatever.
reason why women don't get a pat on the back for that is because they're servants. They're supposed to bring donuts to the office.
But
That's the reason.
but
I'm not saying
oh.
they don't deserve the pat on the back. I'm
Yeah, no,
saying they're not given the pat on the back because
I'm
it's
hearing you.
expected. Because they're like, if one day you come to work and you're like, I'm going to be nice and I'm going to bring coffee, you'll get, okay, thanks, walk away.
Right.
Because, you're seen as like a secretary, a mother. That's just what you're supposed to do. But if Billy does that, it's just like, oh,
he didn't have to do that.
What? That's crazy. Just, yeah.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
I'm reminded of my absolutely stellar boss who, when we were in the office the day of Trump's inauguration, brought in a chocolate cake for the staff because he was just like, it's going to be a bad day for everybody. It was an all female staff who's, the only other man who was working there wasn't there that day. So it was just an all female staff and our male boss. And he was like, this sucks. Brought in cake. And it's like, oh, that's a good boss.
I think a whole lot of people felt the same way that day. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it sucked.
It's a hard day.
This is what I'm saying is we should be fighting for a utopian future in which anybody who brings donuts is effusively thanked.
Yes, you're like, you are the hero of the office. What do you mean there's donuts? Right? Everybody goes nuts. Yes, I agree. Yep. I absolutely agree. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Oh, the world we live in.
Can I ask you a non sequitur question?
Sure.
Are you playing bug chess with those guys? You going to play beetle chess with the entomologists at the museum? They're playing chess with living beetles crawling towards each other.
I don't see. The thing is, the with bugs, I find bugs interesting. Don't get me wrong. I'm not particularly scared of bugs. I just don't want them to touch me. Don't touch me.
Valid. Very valid.
But I'm like, I could be in a room with, how they have rooms with like bugs in jars or in cages or whatever. I'm cool with, I can walk through that room. That's not an issue. But I'm sorry, if a single little eyelash from something touches me, I'm just like, and I have to go now. Have a good day. This is just not the space I want to be in anymore.
Yep.
So it's like I am technically fine with bugs. Just don't touch me. Just I don't need your little. I don't care if you grew up in a hermetically sealed jar that has its own environment, so there's no germs or parasites or whatever. And the first thing you want to do is just touch something else. That's not going to be me. It's not
me. Thank you. Can I interest you in literally anything else?
Yes. I'm like, oh, you want to walk on a stick beside me? Oh, sure. Go ahead. Hello. How are you? That's fine. I don't want butterflies on my shoulder. I don't want that.
No, they're just pretty bugs.
They're flying worms. So yes. I don't want any of that. I don't care how pretty the bug is. Like they have those like they have some of those caterpillars that look that have like, they essentially have faces and have like manes on the back of them essentially. And like visually I'd be like, oh my god, that's so cool. What? They're like, did you want to touch it? No, I don't. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. I don't want any of that.
I want to touch a bug.
What do you think this is? Right. So yeah. So I can be around bugs.
Okay.
I don't mind being around bugs. Just don't touch me. Just don't do that. Yes.
Of course, thinking about not just the playing chess with bugs, but the moths and the scenes in the basement with Buffalo Bill when he's just there's just bugs.
Yeah. He'd invite me over and be like, hey, did you want to see my bug collection? I'd be like, sure. And then he'd be like, here, touch this one. I'd be like, and I gotta go. This is the part where I have to leave. So
I made a note when Starling first breaks into, gets into the storage space, and I'm like, oh, there's got to be so many bugs in there. And then I have a note later on when we see Buffalo Bill's basement that says, oh god, I forgot.
Yeah, that was the other thing. I forgot where because I have seen this poster for Silence of the Lambs my whole life, where she's got like the moth over her face, which I didn't think was a real moth. I thought it was something they just made up. And B, I was just like, where the fuck are these moths in this movie? Like, what does this have to do with it? Again, another point that I completely forgot about. I was just like, I don't understand why Silence of the Lambs and she's got a moth on her mouth, and I was like, whatever, And so I'm watching it. They finally show up. I was like, oh, so that's just how they track down who orders them from other countries. That's it. Got it.
Well, there's some attempt at a metaphor there, which dubious. Your mileage may vary on that metaphor, but also on the poster, the skull on the moth is made up of the bodies of women.
Fuck off, really?
Yes.
No.
Oh, I'm so excited about this. Yes.
Sorry, I'm pulling out my phone so I can zoom on this. Hold on.
Yes.
Because I do not have a magnifying glass. I apologize for my technologically advanced way of noticing this. Hold on, let's see. Come on, clear up. Oh my god, it is!
Right?
Okay. Okay, now my mind is blown because I have never noticed that before.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Gee, oh yeah, and the teeth are like women's legs.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That is much creepier now. That is much creepier.
Oh,
What?
movie is great. I love it.
Okay. I don't know why that I have never come across like an article or anything that even mentioned that. And here I am just looking at the bug going like, oh, look, it's a skull on its back, blah. All this time I'm
Maybe
just like, what?
you might have to. I might have learned that in my tenure at the video store.
That might do it, yes.
That might be the kind of thing that you learn when you're just doing nothing but staring at movie cases all day.
You're like one day you're just like, I've been looking at this. Wait a second, it's changing shapes. Is there lines on it? Is that a
Is this a magic
body?
eye poster? Nope. Naked ladies.
Oh, those magic eye posters, don't ever bring those up because that is a sore spot in my life.
I have a headache just thinking about it.
I have never seen any of the images, no matter
No.
what clue anybody's given me.
No.
And yeah.
No, me either.
Yeah.
I have spent so many hours over the course of my life like an idiot with my nose touching my computer screen, crossing my eyes, trying to uncross them. No, this is a trick that everybody else is playing on us. I refuse to believe it.
It's one of those things where like everybody says Kafka-esque, but nobody's actually read Kafka. That's it. That's what it is. It's just like, oh yes, it's a dolphin. Obviously, you're just like, but I can't deny that it's a dolphin because I haven't seen it. Are they telling the truth? Were there millions of people who were just like, yes, I totally saw it as well. It is a scooter. What?
Sailboat is a schooner.
I connected with the character so much because I was like, yes,
yes,
just kick them all down. It's just all lies.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
So
Speaking,
much.
Talking
so
about
much.
experiences in our past that made us furious.
It was like I don't for the young people watching this. Thanks for making me feel old. Also, you cannot understand the mania these crazy photos had because you would like it'd be like, first of all, internet is not the internet it is today. So this wasn't something that came to you. You had to go to it, even if you didn't go to it. So you'd be like in the mall and there'd be a kiosk and it'd have like all of them all over the place. And you'd walk into like some store, they'd have like a poster on the wall. And if you go into a restaurant and there'd be like a wall of them. And they would just
often with
everywhere. It was crazy.
Often with printed instructions about how to look at them, like maybe we're just doing it wrong and that's why we can't see them.
Yeah. They're like the way to focus on the image is to not focus on the image. I was like, what the fuck does that mean? Or look behind the image. I was like, what? Like all of it. Just relax yourself. It'll come to you. I'm like, you're lying. You're lying.
Yes.
Crazy people.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Wait, how did we get into don't hate the skull?
Yes.
Tracy, I still have like 15 pages of notes.
Yeah, right now I think I'm only on. So we were still at the prison and the gross thing the guy did, because my note is literally, oh my God, that is so gross. And then my next note actually takes place almost all the way at the end of the movie. I was paying way too much attention. And I was like, even though that scene happened, So should I describe the scene just in case? No, people would have watched it. They should know. Or should I describe the scene?
Which scene? Of
The
Minx?
scene where, yes, what he
Uh,
does to poor Clarice.
he throws semen on her face.
There you
He
go.
lures
Done.
her in by saying that he bit his wrists, and she comes closer to the cell to look, and then he reaches
Flicks.
from underneath and throws semen onto
Yeah.
her face. I can say that because I had to hand that in as part of the script supervision homework. So it took me a while to figure out how I was going to describe it in a way that I would not die of embarrassment emailing
Yes.
it to someone else.
It is funny. It's slightly funny, and there's something about Mary. It is definitely not funny in this. Okay.
No, no.
Um, but later in the movie, Hannibal Lecter hands her something and just slightly brushes her finger.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that is the grossest scene in the movie.
It's a
That is,
lot. It
it
is
is a
tense.
lot. It is
Yeah.
because the thing is, earlier in the movie, the one thing everybody says was never take anything from him.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ever reach and get anything from him
Mm-hmm.
ever. And that was the one time she does. And then he like just lightly caresses the edge of her
Ooh,
index finger. And the shiver that went through my whole body, that I was like, okay, I thought that scene earlier was gross. This is it. This is the gross part. Ugh, I don't like
it's
this.
so effective. It's
Yeah.
so effective
Yeah.
because it is funny because then by then he's been transferred. We've been through the plot where Chilton sells out Clarice's false offer, right? We've seen Catherine get kidnapped.
Mhm.
And so he gets transferred to, he is in the process of being transferred to a new facility. It's not clear yet that the lead that he's given the senator and justice is fake.
Yeah.
So uh, he's in this incredible set of just the cage in like
The
this
middle of a
room.
gym or
You know,
something. Like I don't I
it
don't
does look like a gym. Yeah.
yeah, I didn't understand what that room was or like why it was in that building. I'm like, is it like a ballroom? Was it a gym?
It's
Like,
like
what is?
like an event room. This is
Yeah.
this whole section of the movie cannot happen if he's in any kind of facility that was meant to house him. It's because he
Yes.
gets himself out from under Chilton's thumb and steals Chilton's pen and hangs onto it that whole time. So,
Yes.
it's I I think it's very it's a little bit pointed, it's a little bit neat, but I really enjoy at the like when I'm watching that movie going, ha ha ha, Chilton had a moment of pride and he was so proud of himself that he forgot his pen and this is all his fault now.
But I also think it was supposed to show the ineptness of Chilton. Like he should not
Mm-hmm.
have been in charge of a person who was
No.
smarter than him. But Chilton
Yes.
kept insisting that he was smarter than Hannibal, which he
Yes.
wasn't. So
Yeah.
I think that's also part of it. And then they also left him with, yes, they were cops, but they are not equipped to deal with someone like him. And
Exactly.
that's also one of the reasons why he wanted out, because if you're in a facility where people are trained to deal with people like you, this would work. And he didn't bring any of those people with him to take care
Yes.
of Hannibal. They just brought,
Why did they not bring Barney?
right, they just brought all outside people to
Mm-hmm.
who don't understand, who've only heard legends because vampire and whatever about him, but had no actual faculties to handle someone like him. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And I had to pause the movie just when I think right when they're handing over the file, just after that.
Yeah.
I had to pause the movie. I was like, oh, okay. It's stuff is gonna start happening real fast.
Yeah.
Because we've just had this like a lot of like administrative stuff about the case and the case and the movie are so separate. Like
Yeah, it feels, I think that's one of the reasons why I didn't remember how things connected when I saw the movie, because
mm-hmm.
even within the movie, they don't seem to be in the same movie, if you understand what I
Yes,
mean.
absolutely.
Even though if you watch the movie, it all makes sense why these two things are here.
Yeah.
But if you think about it after you watch the movie, you're just like, these are two separate things. Like,
These
why
are
is this happening?
exactly. These
Yeah.
are two separate movies, which is why, I guess, spoiler although I don't know why I would say that now, when they smash into each other at the end with that fake out, when you think it's going to be the FBI and it's just Starling on the porch and he
Yeah.
opens the door and it's him. Oh,
Yeah.
that's, oh, it's so well done. And it
It's
is,
yeah.
yeah, it's so shocking. And I think when I first, like, when I watched the movie, I think I watched this movie when I was too young to watch this movie, I'm pretty sure. As a as a kid who was sometimes left unsupervised with access to the movie channel, I watched a lot of things I probably shouldn't have. Um, and yeah, I don't think I really appreciated how much time the movie takes and how much effort it puts into setting up that fake out and then
Yeah.
having Starling be alone for that unbelievable final sequence, which we're gonna get to it.
Yes. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that,
I'll save
yeah,
my thought when we get to it, but we can go back because there's a big jump in between my notes and there's so much to talk. Like I know we've been talking a lot already about it, but there's so much to talk about in the middle there that is just crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yeah.
I mean, do we want to talk about Lecter's daring escape or do we want to talk about Buffalo Bill? You tell me.
Well, okay. I think the thing we want to do first is talk about the scene where he sends her to the storage unit because I found that scene really interesting because at when I was first watching it, like I understood how she knew to go to a storage unit,
Hmm?
but at the same time, there was seemed to be like they skipped a step in there because it's literally just like, oh, I think he means a storage unit, and then they're like at it. She's with some old man who's got keys and talking about a contract for 10 years to have it
Hmm.
and
Who
something,
also
and I'm
won't
just
help her.
yeah, and I'm like, but I was just sitting there holding. I'm like, who's this old guy, and why is he got a driver, and how come he has keys? Because I don't think he's like the owner of the unit. It was just
No,
paid for 10 years, and he has a contract. But I kept thinking, like, who the fuck is this guy? Like, that's all I kept saying.
yes.
And
So
then
go on.
sorry, and then so she goes to her car, gets the jack, gets it open, and like she kind of threatens him because she's used to being betrayed by men around her,
Mm-hmm.
where she goes in and she's like, here's a card for the office. They know I'm with you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So they
Yeah.
know you can't do anything to me. But if something does happen, you better call them.
Mm-hmm.
And then she goes in. And
Yes.
I was like, who is this guy? Should she be afraid of him? Because there was
Um,
just nothing. I was like, I understood why she was telling him that. And he probably took it be like, oh, she wants me to call them if something happens. Fine. But she was, as a woman, I was looking at him like she's threatening him to not
yes.
lock her in or something.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
so
that to
then
me reads, I know you're going to drive away as soon as I get under here, and I know this thing is going to fall down, or you're just going to take it away. This Jack is not
yes.
going to hold the door open. Although I
Yeah.
do have a triumphant note that says, aha, now Clarice is using Jack.
Yeah, exactly.
but,
Good job. Yes, good job. Good job.
but yeah, she's
Yeah,
just surrounded by unhelpful men. So she's like, do not drive away.
yeah. And I love the fact that she's like, you're an old man and you can't lift this. Can your driver help? But like, oh, he doesn't do manual labor. I was like, what? The
Surrounded by men
fuck?
who refuse to help her.
Yes.
And she knows she's walking, but she doesn't know if like there's going to be a tiger in there or like poison or if Hannibal is somehow going to droopy dog his way in there and like show up behind her. And so, she's also saying like, maybe be on your toes a little bit. Don't wait in the car so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, exactly. And I just found that whole scene really interesting, but I don't
Yeah.
think her going into the unit was scary just because it's of the unknown, but
Mhm.
also the whole scene before it where she's talking to the guy, I was just kind of like pulled out of it because I like I said, I was sitting there going
Yes.
like, who the fuck is this guy? Like,
Mhm.
what does he have to do with anything? Like, they don't. I don't even think he says like his name or anything at any point. So I mean, I know in like maybe in the book they explain who he is and stuff, but they just like cut out a chunk in there
Mhm.
somewhere. Yeah,
I think she does say that this is the owner of the facility, and that's part of why he's like not bothered by individual customers. What does he care? But like
yeah,
he has to come out to respond to somebody who's waving FBI credentials. But Lecter says, um, look inside yourself for a clue, but he also says, look for one of my patients, Miss Moffat. So she looks inside your self storage
yeah.
and finds the unit that is registered to
A
Hester
Moffat.
Moffat.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. That part I understood.
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
All right.
but
Of course you did.
yeah, yeah. No, but
I don't need to explain this movie to
it
you,
was just really that
but it,
man and the
yeah,
driver that I was just like, who is this man?
it's
That's
it's
literally the
confusing.
yeah. Because
It
it was
yeah,
the only part of the movie where I was like, what? That was the
it goes
only
so
part of the
fast,
movie. Yeah.
and it's not really set up about who he is. And also, if you're me, you are still reeling from like
The scene
it's
before,
so
yeah.
easy to
Oh,
miss the clue that he gives because it's when like the whole all the cells are erupting and Miggs is jumping up and down and celebrating his victory of violating her, and he is yelling a bunch of exposition at her real fast, and then it's like go now, and then she
no.
has a very reasonable small breakdown in the parking lot because she's
Yeah.
thinking about her dad, and Hannibal Lecter just yelled at her.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she does the thing that most of us do, is just like, don't let them see you cry. Don't let them
Yes.
see you cry. But then you get
Yeah.
into your own space and you're like, oh my God, what have I done with my life? This is the worst. Yeah.
He yelled at me.
Yeah, that scene was very, I was like, yes, you cry in that car. I get it.
He yelled at me.
You
I
have
miss my
ejaculate in your hair and
dad.
on your face right now.
Yes.
You got yelled at by a cannibal.
Yes.
Sure. Just let it all out, girlfriend. Let it all
Big
out.
day. You're
Yeah,
gonna have a lot of feelings.
it's a big J.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fact that
Yeah.
she also like even with the breakdown, she managed to retain the information and then
Hmm.
get stuff. That to me is shocking because I would have started crying. I'd be like, "What did he say? Oh God, I gotta go back inside. I don't know what he said." Like, yeah, it'd be a whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is why you and I are not FBI agents.
very much. I hate. Oh my God, I hate, especially in procedurals. Somebody be just like, "Oh yeah, I saw a sign. It said these 35 random numbers, blah blah blah," and then they recite it verbatim and look it up, and I'm just like, I would remember like. I think there was a two in it. That's how my brain works. I'd be like, I don't know what you're talking about. Or they'd be like, oh, what were you doing on September 13th, 2016? I'd be like, I was alive? Like, I don't, what?
Probably.
Like, ask me what I did yesterday. I would say I went to work and did what? I'm like, I don't know. It sat in front of a computer. I have no fucking idea.
That was the
It's,
distant past. How would I? Yes. This is
it's
it's a completely different skill set. And I am the type that I would accidentally, I'd be like, oh, some of those numbers rhyme or whatever. It would be some stupid thing that I'd be like, great, now I know the phone number for the self storage space and I can't unknow it. Like,
it's the
but
most
what happened
random.
yesterday, what
Yeah.
did he say while he was yelling at you? No, no,
No,
forget it. I'm not
is
taking in
that
anything.
is gone as soon as I blink. It is
Yep.
out. It is
What
out.
did I do earlier today? I do not know.
Yeah. Yeah. It would
Yeah.
be over.
Yeah.
So yeah. But
Yep.
like when she gets into the self-storage space and she's just looking around, it just seems like some rich guy's house stuff is in there, is essentially
Mm-hmm.
what it looks like. And I do find it interesting that there's a car in there, and all I could think was I started giggling because I was like, haha, it's the scene in Titanic, and a handprint's gonna be on the window or something, but it's fine. Um,
One day I'm going to watch that movie. Oops.
you've never seen Titanic, you know what? It's fine.
We've absolutely talked about this.
Honestly, it's fine because I was forced to watch it three times in a theater. And the first time I
Ooh.
watched it, it was ruined for me because I was like, I can't take this seriously. Because I don't even know if I told this anecdote before, but like, so the first time I
Mm.
went to the theater to see Titanic, right? I was sitting there with my friends, and there's the scene where, oh, spoiler, the boat sinks. FYI. Um,
Ah,
I've ruined it for you.
well, now
Um,
I don't need to see.
but it's the part where they're freezing in the water and like Jack lets go and sinks or whatever. And there is this girl, like everybody in the theater sniffling and crying, and I'm dead inside. I wasn't crying, but I was like, this is a good scene. I get it.
Sure.
But there's a girl beside me and she's like sobbing. She's got a box of tissues on her lap. And she pulls out one of the tissues and waves it at the screen and goes, "Oh, Leo." And I burst out laughing so hard. And she gave me the dirtiest look, A. But I could not keep it together for the rest of the movie. I was like, this is done. And that is the only thing I think of every time I think about the movie Titanic. I hear the "Oh, Leo." That's it. That is it. So it's fine.
That's really gonna take you out of the magic.
Yeah,
Oh my
it's
god.
gonna it's gonna take you out of it. But
Um,
but
so that's what you were
anecdote.
expecting to find in the car.
Yes.
I
No, it's a famous sex scene where they do it in the car on the boat and it gets
right.
all
Yes.
steamy and she puts her hand on the window. I was just like, oh, the
Yep.
hand's gonna come up and there's gonna be steam. But no, that was not what he found in there. She found in there.
I
So
I liked we have had whatever 15 years of James Wan movies. I liked that the headless mannequin did not get a jump scare. They were just
right?
like, that's weird.
I really expected something to happen there. Like, yes, she
And like,
finds a head in a pickle jar, sure,
mm-hmm,
but I definitely expected somebody to jump out of something, or maybe like an
yep,
animal was there, and she does like the oh, it's just a rat or something. Like I don't know, but I
yeah.
was just expecting something to happen.
The music does not go kabam at any point. Which, and like today, if she's going into a storage unit and we're watching, we're getting a cut of that rat. We're gonna get a sting of music so loud in the theater that's accompanied by like a weird crash noise that isn't music, that like it's so loud that it hurts. And then we're gonna get like a poorly lit half a second of something that might be a month. Like
Yeah,
that has such
like
potential
shadows
to
move or
be,
something.
oh
Yeah.
my god, right? And we're not going to be able to see anything clearly.
Mhm.
But this is just like, no, she's got a flashlight. She's a human being with a flashlight that can keep something lit. And she's
Yeah.
she's scared. We're with her there. She's scared.
Yeah.
But I like that she's like, oh, there's a human head in that jar. And then we
Yes.
get this loving close up of this human
Human
head where it's like, okay, oh, it's just a human head in a jar. Oh my god, it's a human head in a jar.
Yeah, yeah. But my other thing is like, um, I mean, I guess they were kind of trying to implicate the I don't know. He didn't call his victim trans. He called like the guy's head in the jar. He didn't call
Mm.
him trans. They said he was a cross-dresser. And
Mm-hmm.
I think the mannequin in the dress was supposed to indicate
Yep.
beforehand that he was a cross-dresser.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I'm just like, so all of his stuff is in storage. So Lecter didn't put his stuff in storage. His stuff was put in storage for him. And you're
Yes.
telling me whoever did this decorated inside the limo with this mannequin in a dress and they just put the head
I might not remember all the details.
there? Okay.
I have been influenced by the TV show in which Hannibal Lecter is in fact superhuman in like just the amount of killing work that he's able to do while everybody else is sleeping. He's
Okay.
has to be like, in order to stage these elaborate murders and to do everything that he needs to do, and to also like brew his own beer with, spoiler alert, human bones or something in it, and do everything that he does. He's got like so many evil genius things on the go. He must be more than human. And so I think I just retconned that, like, maybe that was Hannibal on one of his like evil genius nighttime jaunts,
Yeah.
because yeah, he presumably he's the one who paid for that storage unit.
Mhm. Well, yeah,
So he
while
put it there.
watching it, I was like, "Oh wow, wow!" And then at the end of the
Mm-hmm.
movie, I was just like, wait a second." It was
Yeah.
one of those
Yeah.
like those rethinks because like if you're in the moment and because it just seems correct seems to be the wrong word for it, but it seems like it fits in the world, I guess, is what I'm going for.
Mhm.
Um, you just let it happen because this
Yeah.
whole story is so interesting and compelling that you're just like, sure, just keep telling me more. You're fine. But then you get to the end and you pause and you think about it a second. You're just like,
Wait a minute.
is that right? Is that I don't know if that's
Yeah,
right. Okay, sure.
it's a little
Whatevs.
weird.
Yes. Yeah.
Mhm. I think okay, so we get this sort of, we're getting into the movie's attempt to talk about trans people, cross-dressing, all of that stuff. But I did want to note that just before we get into that, he also calls Benjamin Raspail tedious and garden variety. And no, the idea
Yes.
that that my therapist might say that about me, that's terrifying. That was
Yeah.
the scariest thing in the movie.
Yeah. No, agreed. It's the well, because I think it's terrifying because the whole point is of a therapist is to have a non-judgmental person that you can drop your guard around.
Yeah.
Where and if they're there telling other people what they think about you
Mhm.
is such a huge betrayal of that trust that and especially when it's something mean or something
It's
that can
so
be
mean.
perceived as mean, it's just like
Yep.
I don't want to be part of this anymore.
Yep.
Like, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Um,
He's hurtful. He's hurtful on
it,
purpose.
right? How rude. I thought he ate the rude.
Yes.
Um, one thing that, yeah, so we sort of get into it here with the Raspail being a cross-dresser, and that's not what offends Lecter about him. That's not what that that is not presented as an issue, but that ties into also, like, clearly the book is trying to make a point here because it ties into Buffalo Bill.
Hmm.
And again, the book and the movie both try to make the point that he he is Buffalo Bill, now I'm talking about, is not a trans person,
Yeah.
is just trying to get out of the body that he's in and into a different one,
Hmm.
and has identified that that might be through exploring whether he's trans. And I think that it's they do Thomas Harris in the book tries to explain some of this and does a little more work about it, because that's also part of how they find him, right? Lecter gives them the clue about, he's probably tried to get out of his body by applying for gender affirming surgery at one of the 3 centers that does it in America.
Hmm.
um, find somebody who's been rejected, probably from all 3. And I see what Thomas Harris is doing, trying to separate out this person from the trans experience, from a trans character. He's trying to say this is more than an issue of a trans character. I don't think it comes across properly. And I think we can't talk about the movie without talking about the fact that maybe they were trying for too nuanced a take. Maybe they weren't trying for a nuanced enough take. It ended up being really, really hurtful and harmful to the trans community,
Yes.
right? You're
I was
maybe you're a
thinking
trans
that
person,
I was thinking
and
that while I
that's,
was watching it, and I was just
yeah.
like, I don't think I feel like you're saying, I think they're also trying to make a comment on the system involved
Mm-hmm.
in this.
Yep.
But I'm just like, no, it's coming across as trans people are dangerous, and that's not, I don't think that's what they wanted, but that's what I'm getting out of it.
That's what people get out of it. And
Yeah.
even when, like, even right off the bat, she says, you know, well, just because somebody is trans, it doesn't mean that they're violent. And I'm like, yeah. And then she's like, transsexuals are notoriously passive. And I'm just like, no, oh,
No, you didn't have to add the extra line.
got
No.
it.
Yeah.
Got it.
It's I agree with you. I can see tidbits of the not necessarily good they were trying to do, but
Mm,
the where they were trying to skirt that, like, look,
mm,
this person is trying falsely to identify as trans, and I'm not saying trans people are bad. This person's just a serial killer.
mm.
But at the same time, I'm not gonna clarify that too well. You're just like, it's
Yeah.
kind of rubbing me the wrong way there.
Yes.
That's not
I think
great.
about this is hang on a sec. This is 1991 when this comes out, and
Correct.
the the scene, the tucking scene,
Yeah.
lives in infamy forever. And the next
Forever.
year is the crying game, which
Really?
all
I thought the crying did it came out after
1993.
this?
Yeah.
What? I could have
What,
sworn it came
92
out
or
before.
93? Yeah. Um, no, no, year after. So
The 92 it came out. Okay.
yeah. So you get back to back, you get films that, and now I haven't seen The Crying Game, but you get films that my understanding is try to take on this experience without explicitly playing it for laughs, but popular culture picks it up and runs with it for laughs.
Yes.
And the films that thought that they could be nuanced in their discussion end up being incredibly harmful. I think, you know,
Agreed.
Silence of the
Yeah.
Lambs could have done a lot more. I remember, as a younger person, being impressed that they did more than nothing. Good
Hmm.
work. The bar is in hell. But
Yeah.
the fallout of not being more careful and the fallout of it entering popular culture, like that scene, that tucking scene is short.
Yeah.
It's
It's
like
like
a couple of seconds.
seconds, yeah. Because he
Yeah.
it is like a 2 minute scene, but the
Yeah.
tucking happens at the very end.
Yes.
And it's like 3 seconds. He opens the robe, turns around. That's it.
That's it.
That's the whole scene. And they picked up on that so quickly, like so quickly. But
Yeah.
also that scene is supposed to show how um what is it? How body dysmorphic his brain is. Like he doesn't
Yes.
see himself that, but also at the beginning of that scene he's talking about what does he say? Oh, I bet you want to fuck me, blah blah blah. He also sees himself
Mm-hmm.
only valuable in the eyes of other people when he's doing
Mm-hmm.
it as well. And
Mm-hmm.
so it the tucking doesn't have isn't it's not supposed to be funny. It's supposed to show how disturbed this person is.
Mm-hmm.
And like it's also supposed to show that the dissociation this person has from the society that they live in. And I don't people who make fun of that scene, I don't think get that from the scene.
Yes. Yes. Um, yeah,
Yeah.
I
Because
think you're
even
right.
I was watching it too, and it got there, and I was just like, oh, that's not funny. That was my first thought. I was like, oh,
Yes.
that's not funny.
And to me, that's not a scene that is particularly played for laughs, but I don't think that there are a lot of people that cannot handle a scene like that not being played for laughs. And
I
I,
think
yeah,
it's the defense mechanism comes in. It's the this is too serious, so I'm gonna make a joke about it.
yes. And in the book, there is, again, it's been a while since I gave it a read through, but it, it's, you know, it goes into a lot more detail about how James Gumb got to be who he is, and that, the abuse that he endured and what it has done to him. It doesn't really, uh, well, no, I won't go too far into trying to analyze the book because I want to make sure I have the details to hand. But the thing that I remember about it is his name is James Gumb, not Janie or James,
Yeah.
because somebody made a mistake on his birth certificate and nobody cared. And I,
Oh,
I love, I love that detail.
that
They
is
don't,
that is so
yeah,
sad.
right? And
Yeah.
that's how he started his life. And again, nobody's trying to justify. It's not like, oh, it's he only lashed out because he was so ground down from abuse. Nobody's trying to justify his behavior, but it goes into how badly abused he was, and I think that goes a little further into this issue about him having body dysmorphia and wanting to exit his body and being trans and uh,
Hmm.
potentially or not being trans and being rejected for gender affirming surgery, all of this stuff. Uh, it doesn't center it quite the way
Well,
that the movie has to, because we have to look at it.
yes. Yeah. Yeah. Like I
And the
think
movie's so good that it gives us this visual that lives on for decades.
for decades, yeah. But I mean, like, I will not say this is not a pretty movie. Like there's not lots of scenes where you're just like, like you're like, oh wow, like this is beautifully
Mm.
shot. Like you're not saying that in a lot of scenes.
I mean,
But
I am, but most people are not.
yeah, but like there are scenes that are very arresting in the movie
Oh,
where
yeah.
like the like I I mean, I'm going back to the end of the movie again, but that when you go walk in the room and you see like the body splayed on the cage and whatever,
Yes.
it's an
Oh,
arresting scene. The part where even before Jane does the tucking and whatever,
mhm.
with the yellow kimono kind of
Yeah.
thing going on, you're just like, wow,
Yeah.
or like even the parts where you see Clarice through the night vision goggles and it's just
Oh
like the
my
green with the
God.
black and you're just
Yeah.
like these scenes are just arresting. Are they beautiful? No, they're just because it's like a juxtaposition of color and space and what's going on, but what's going on around what's going on,
Mhm.
because he's there trying to make himself beautiful in a dank basement filled with these relics
Mhm.
that I don't know. I got a comment about Nazis later on, but
Oh boy. Yeah.
like these relics and stuff, while there's a woman in another room in the bottom of a well screaming,
Yes. Oh my God.
trying to catch his dog. Like there's like it's just
Mhm.
a juxtaposition of what's going on that also makes it arresting.
Yes.
And but at the so like there are scenes that just you gravitate to or you're like, what?
Mhm.
Compared to some other things. And I think that's one of the things that makes this movie so interesting. You're like, it's
Yes.
ugly, it's meant to be ugly, but
Mhm.
also there's these scenes that you're just like, have you seen this? Like, oh,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah. I think, you know, it, the trouble that I have with loving this movie is that I'm on the hook for all the things that are not great about
yeah,
it because
yeah,
I love it so much. But a lot of what I love is we don't have this movie this way without uh first this incredible book to base it on, right? It's based on
yeah,
something that has a lot of good, material to chew on. We've got Jonathan Demme, the director, who has that visual sense that we need for this movie, but is also able to make a movie that doesn't all look like it was shot in a grimy basement.
yes, yeah. Yeah,
But
it
we've
really
also
it does look like
we've
he's moved
yeah,
around, but the griminess follows them. Yes.
and he's
Sorry.
able to coax these performances out of his actors, which there's a great interview that I have bookmarked so I can watch the rest of it later, where Paul Thomas Anderson interviews Jonathan Demme, which if you're me, there's no better way to spend an afternoon.
After yes.
but, but they talk about this, the subjective camera and how he warms actors up before asking them to deliver lines right down the barrel of the camera because they're doing these very emotional scenes. You're trying to get an emotional performance out of them. You're working with Oscar quality, like the highest quality caliber actors that are available to you, and you're asking them to do something that is going to compromise their process. They can't just look at whatever they want. They're looking into the camera and they have to act at a camera instead of just pretending that it's not there or whatever else they're doing, right?
Yes, yeah.
It's a big demand, but also behind the camera, well, a little bit behind the camera, we've got Tak Fujimoto, who's the DOP. We don't have this movie without both Jonathan Demme and Tak Fujimoto. There are so many shots in this movie that are just absolute. They're so complex and they're effortless. They look effortless. We don't think about them. When Starling comes into Jack's office at the beginning and the camera just revolves around her and then pushes in, we get the whole office,
Hmm.
and we get this is a whole, like the whole crew has to be fantastic to pull this together because we get an incredibly we get a set deck, we get a design, of we know exactly where we are. That happens again when we get another incredible shot. Again, this winding shot that follows Starling and Chilton through the hallways as he's saying, don't touch the glass, don't approach the glass, don't take anything that he hands you. We get this famous speech. The camera's like dodging through people, following them through this windy hallway. And then when they get to the basement, they have that, that shot where they get to the red door with the red light, the danger, Will Robinson.
Yeah.
And he tells her about what Lecter did to the nurse. And we know that that's important information because it's going to come back later. And then we get another 360 of Barney's office before we get that close on Barney's face. I mean, those are wildly complex shots. Why would you do that? You are just making things harder for yourself. But it's because everybody involved is such high caliber and the material is so good that this is a real, like, the movie becomes even greater than the sum of its parts, which are already pretty great.
Yeah, I think the reason why they like your brain doesn't capture how complex those scenes are because I think it mimics how we look into a room when we enter it.
Yes.
Right? And I've said this about a few movies that I really like when they show the space you're in.
Oh,
Right?
yes.
I think I mentioned this about it's not a movie that's on my shelf, but I think I mentioned this about like Atomic Blonde. I think I did talked about this with where
yeah,
it doesn't you don't realize it does this, but every space she enters, especially if there's going to be a fight in that space,
oh,
they find a way to show you what the whole space is. So
yes.
what she like all the dangers that are there, where the windows are, where the doors are, where somebody can come in, if there's weapons involved, like if she can use something
Yeah,
as a weapon, if there's somewhere she can hide. They show the whole space and then the fight starts. And you're just
yes,
like, but especially the first time I watched it, I was like, I don't understand how everything makes sense. And I
yes,
understand the space she's in, even though it's not triggering in my mind that, like, no, they've shown what the whole space is. Because they
yes.
do that trick where it's like the camera spins and turns to her. So you end up
Mm-hmm.
seeing everything.
Mm-hmm.
And it's such, but as a person, like if you walk into a room, you subconsciously, your eyes see the whole space.
Mm-hmm.
So your brain
Yes,
isn't triggering that, oh, look at this complex scene. Your brain is triggering like, oh, she looked into a room.
exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what we're getting with earlier when I was talking about the subjective camera, when we're getting characters who are looking right at you
Yeah.
and delivering their lines right to you. So you're seeing Hannibal in all of his weird, unblinking glory and terror. You're seeing what Starling sees, which is his face
Yeah.
talking to her, and you're getting that feeling of being that uncomfortable subject of his attention. That the camera work is so good that it is uh, without drawing attention to itself,
Yeah.
showing it's putting
Yeah.
you there, whether
And
it's in the environment or in the attention of another character or the perspective of another character.
yeah. And I really like in that scene too, I should have brought this up before, but that they don't cut the conversation the way they usually cut the conversation in a lot of movies,
Mm-hmm.
where it's just like this person talks, so the camera's on this person. This
Mm-hmm.
person talks, so the camera's on this person. They do a thing where sort of like the credits where it's off kilter, where it's like Clarice is talking, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you see her, then Hannibal starts talking, and then
Mm-hmm.
somewhere in the middle of him talking, it cuts back to him,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you're seeing her reaction to what he's saying, and you're seeing him trying to manipulate her in the middle of this conversation,
Yes.
right? And the same thing happens on this side because there are certain scenes where she's talking and you're just seeing his face and his eyes kind of just leer at her, but he's
Mm-hmm.
not saying anything and she's talking, but then in the middle of that cuts back to her and you're just like, that's interesting. I see what
Mm.
I like this. This is
Mm-hmm.
working. Yeah. So you
Yeah.
get both perspectives, but not just from the person talking, but the person listening as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's more of this work that gets done when, so jumping to the end of the movie, when she's just entering Buffalo Bill's house. And just after that unbelievable fake out that I just want to just what a movie.
I will
What a
say
movie.
we talked about this earlier about how the procedural setup and all this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I've seen that fake out too many times in movies. So I was like, oh, she's at his house and they're over there. Okay, got it. Is what is my brain automatically
It's
did
too
it.
bad.
But I
Yeah.
think if I saw this in 1991, I'd have been
Mm-hmm.
like, the what? Like my mind would have been
Yes.
blown. They weren't doing that. I would say not. I think it may have been done maybe once or twice before, but it's not something that was like regular,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
And I'm still mad about, if you're me, you're still mad about Jack just casually calling her from the plane, like, we're off to save the day. Good work. Maybe
yeah,
go get some background material on, to fill out that report a little bit. But we couldn't have done it without you. Anyway, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da.
yeah.
Mm, mm,
Bye. Yeah, hang up.
mm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I didn't like that scene because even she was just like, "Well, what about me? I did all this work, and you're leaving me out of it." And he's like, "Yeah, just go ask some people some questions. Okay, bye." You're like,
Right. Go do some background interviews in fuck nowhere, Illinois.
yeah,
Yeah.
But I mean, his being an ass, put her in danger, but made her the hero. So,
Yeah. Although, okay, so before we get there, I do want to say we get a really nice scene from Catherine, who, her performance is exhausting to watch, and not like because it's bad. It's just like, oh my God, what an ordeal. Every time you look at her, she is having the worst moment of her life, and it just keeps getting worse.
yeah,
And she's screaming the tiny, tiny frustrations of trying to get Precious into the pit with her. Again, we're watching, we're getting a good sense of this woman's perspective,
yeah.
and
Also,
I like that.
yeah, yeah. Also, I feel like as a victim, she has one of the most um correct responses to her situation when Clarice shows up.
Mm-hmm.
Because I
Yes.
find in a lot of procedurals and in a lot of procedural movies, you're like, I'm with the FBI, but hold on, I'm gonna get the bad guy, and they're just like, oh, okay. And she was just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Give me a fucking home. What are you crazy?
Don't
You're
you leave
such
me
a
here.
bitch. Don't leave me here.
Which,
Which I was just like, I was
yeah,
like, yes, that's the correct response. The people were
yeah,
just like, okay, I'll sit back and be quiet. Okay, thanks. Like,
right.
no, like you
She
are
does not.
losing your mind. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say here's a moment where uh, she doesn't. The victim is not compelled to perform femininity or subservience. She's just like, you
Yeah.
fucking bitch, don't you leave me. Get your fuck back here. By the way, one of, I think, two scenes that passed the Bechdel test. That's technically, that
Yes.
counts.
That counts. It counts.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Oh, wait,
but
that reminds me. The
yes.
scene where the senator, like the female senator, shows up and Hannibal Lecter is there and everything.
Oh, yeah.
It's again one of those scenes where it's just like, yes, the men are supposed to respect her, but it's very clear like we're here because she's a woman. Ugh.
Uh-huh.
But whatever.
She's all like emotional over what
Or
her daughter or whatever.
yeah, who's been kidnapped and might be found dead soon, but I
This is
don't.
really just a
What's the
place
big
for
deal?
me, Paul Krendler from Justice, to do something good for my career. I'm the worst, worst, worst.
Yes. Anyways, it's a very effective and emotional scene, but it gets
Mm.
lost in all of these other effective emotional scenes in the
Mm-hmm.
movie. Yes.
Yeah. But we get Catherine's hero moment. We get Precious's hero moment. By the way,
Yes.
Precious, famous dog, look her up.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and we get, and then so this is happening. Like all of these things are so ingrained in popular culture. We get the lotion in the basket. We get the tucking scene. For all the harm that it has done, it is a lasting image in popular culture. We get her yelling from the bottom of the well, which is, could be any number of Criminal Minds episodes. And then we get the fake out of Starling going into the house. We see through her eyes as she realizes how fucked she is.
Yeah.
And because she's not if that was again, if that was a Criminal Minds episode, nobody knows when Emily Prentice figures out that she's in the killer's house. She's not letting anything by her.
By her. No, no,
You
she's
can't
not.
you can't pull one over on Emily Prentice. She obviously we're talking. It's obviously it's going to be Prentice because she's the smartest one. Anyway, that's for later. But we expect our plucky FBI heroines to be unassailable, right? They are perfect geniuses. But Starling can't help from letting her gaze light on these things too long. She can't help her eyes from widening. And we see him know. We see him recognize that she's in over her head.
Yeah.
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 And we see him seeing her. Again, we have so much information. And then we have the night vision scene in the basement. That's like it's not even the last half of the movie. It's the last act of the movie. We have all of these things that are so iconic.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm exhausted just thinking about it.
It's absolutely crazy because I mean, I'm not a person who would say I'm scared of the dark, but if I can't see my hand in front of my face, I'm gonna freak out. I'm sorry. I'm gonna freak out about it. I'll be like, what do you mean? This is nuts, you know? And he's just so close to her.
Mm.
And he managed to be still so quiet being that close to her. And it's just like, oh my God, he's right there. But I'm like, she cannot see. She is in a space that is purposefully devoid of light. It's not just dark, it's devoid of light.
Yes.
And it is just, but my other thing, oh no, never mind. I remember the scene. Never mind. I was gonna say, I'm like, how did she get out of the darkness? But I'm like, oh yeah, they show that they shoot the window so light comes in so she can see after.
Yep.
It's fine.
Yep.
But yeah, it's crazy.
Yes,
Absolutely.
and her performance, that again, imagine seeing that in a theater for the first time with a theater full of people. There is a moment where when he shuts off the lights and you see her, there's no music.
Yeah,
and
it's
that,
silent.
Again, that's much more common. I think that is getting more common. The absence of a score is as noticeable as the presence of a score sometimes. It's a choice that I think is more commonly made now. But we also have had wall-to-wall music in this movie. Howard Shore is in every scene. It is great. And the music is doing a lot of very expert, very technical work at setting expectations and, building the fabric of the scene. And then it cuts out and it's just Clarice, and she's so scared. And she's already on the back foot, and now she is all alone in a dark basement except for the screaming Catherine. And she knows nobody is coming to help her. And she lets her fear out on her face when she thinks nobody can see her. And it's so effective.
It's very effective. Yeah. Because you feel her fear and you understand her fear. And she, throughout the whole movie, she only lets her guard down or only lets her face betray her emotion when she's alone. And the fact that she lets it get betrayed when she isn't alone makes it a harder scene to watch,
Yes.
It's
again, she doesn't know it, but her feeling that she is alone, and I mean, she knows she's not alone, but even in that moment, Buffalo Bill is taking something from her.
Yes.
And she looks stupid, right? She falls down, she's groping at nothing. She's like, she cannot help, but she can't be put together. It's impossible. She doesn't know where she's going.
Yeah.
She's lashing out in the dark.
And the angle that you're seeing it, you're just like, she looks stupid because we can see you. So why are you, and we can see the room. So why are you doing this? But the perspective that they don't give you is her perspective, which is pitch blackness and nothingness.
Yes.
And you have to feel your way
through
all of it.
And that is part of what makes it so hard to watch, is this person who tries so hard to keep herself together is robbed of the ability to do so. In a way that I like better than having her, be tortured by Buffalo Bill and having us have to watch active violence against women. There's enough of it in the movie. We don't we don't need to resort to that. We have stripped Clarice bare in that moment. We're
Yeah.
watching her true reaction
Mhm.
and her
Like,
true fear.
and like, I know we see some graphic imagery in the movie, but a thing I did like about the movie is that they didn't do the classic, like, okay, so you know who the bad guy is now? We're going to show you how bad he is and show him like cutting someone
Oh,
open or like doing the
mhm.
actual act of his killing,
Yes.
which is something that's done in a lot of movies these days. And like I know it's the whole like no, we're going to show you how bad they are, or maybe it's just supposed to be for shock value.
Mm,
Whichever way it is, I just think it's just a lot of the times it's just extremely gratuitous.
mhm.
Whereas this is like, no, we saw the graphic pictures. You don't need to show us the graphic act.
Right.
Yeah,
One
we
of
already
one
have
of the
that.
most yeah, one of the most well, one of them, I forget it. It is so scary when we get him just screaming at her to put the lotion in the basket. And we get her screaming not because he is actively being violent towards her. Obviously, she knows that he's about to, and he has been violent, but we don't have to see him skinning her alive.
Yeah,
We see him doing that weird thing where he starts plucking at his shirt and yelling back at her, and we can't tell if he's like mocking her, kind of, and he has
mhm.
kind of a non-human, non-understandable reaction to her where he's just
Yeah,
that's so scary. And we do watch Catherine scream for a long time, especially when we pan up and she sees the fingernail on the wall of
the
the
blood
well,
is scrape. Yeah.
puts it together that what the lotion is for and where she is, and just screams herself into oblivion.
Hmm.
We are right there watching her suffering, but I do appreciate that we don't have to watch the close up of her getting flayed.
Yeah. Or even like I'm picturing like the movie The Cell, for example, where at the beginning of the movie you meet him kidnapping somebody, but they also show a scene where he is, covered in blood doing his thing. And I'm
Mhm.
just like, I don't think that's necessary. Like it's
Mhm.
just and
Yeah.
I know The Cell is a different kind of serial. It's not a regular
Mhm.
procedural, whatever, but there are just quite a few scenes in there that you're just like, that is a lot. Like it's a
And
lot.
and there are
Yeah.
some gross ass scenes in this movie because we watch Hannibal cut somebody's face off and wear it on his face as a face.
Yes. But that's the thing. You don't see him cut the person's face off.
Okay,
Whereas
that's
I think
true.
if this movie was made now, they would show him, you got to
Hmm.
see at least the first like knife jab or something.
Yep.
Like they wouldn't keep that as a suspense as much, you know. They'd be like, no, we prefer to show you the gross than to keep this suspenseful. Let's
Hmm.
make this work, kind of thing. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's I think there are issues with this movie, but I think it holds up. I mean, we've spent some time talking about it.
Oh my God. We
Yeah.
have another movie to. Oh my God.
We have another movie to talk about.
I might have to get more coffee.
Okay. Let's do it.
I love this movie. Thank you for talking about this movie in such depth with me.
No problem.
I have a lot of things to say about it. I will not treat you to the rest of my notes, but rest assured,
Uh,
there.
hold. I think even, oh, sorry. So the
Yes.
one thing I wanted to ask about. So sorry,
Mhm.
there's two last things I did want to
Ooh,
ask about before we finish this because I think it's important. But
Tracy, we can do this for hours. I want to talk about this movie all day. I
we
want to hear
have
what you
been
think about this
already.
movie all day.
So first of all, when we first get more in-depthly introduced to Buffalo Bill and we spend more time with him, and then Clarice shows up,
Mhm.
um, there's indications that he's a Nazi. I
Mhm.
start there's like swastikas places and pamphlets and like I was trying to I was like thinking to myself like this has to be something from the book because within the movie, this idea isn't really brought up much or anything, but it's just sort of like it's sprinkled in the background. And I was like, so wait, he's a Nazi as well? Or is this was the, or is it was this one of the identities he tried because of his psychosis?
That I think that's probably closer. I don't, again, it's been a while and I didn't get to do as much research as I wanted to, but I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there's, like you said, it's one of the things that he tried on in
Okay.
a way, in one of his attempts to escape himself. And I think that it is, my understanding is that it is because he's trying these methods of transformation that he's drawn to the fringes of society and groups of unacceptable people because he is a deeply monstrous human being. And so that
Okay.
is what it's,
It's just
it's,
another layer to his monsteriness.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It, it's pretty wild, but
Yeah.
I hate that it is probably less wild now than it was when the movie came out. It's not good, not good.
Yes. Which is again, society's moving backwards. Um, okay, so I lied. It's not two questions, three questions. So here's my second question. Why are there so many scenes where they focus on her taking off her jacket?
Well, I don't have an objective, actual right answer for you, but
Okay.
I think you,
I the reason why I made a note of it is that I found those shots distracting. Like I actively
hmm,
found them distracting.
mm-hmm,
And I was just like, because even like because if it was like at the end of the movie when she's in the house and Buffalo Bill runs away and she's like, I'm getting ready to attack him, they fully show like I see she's like, I gotta take off my jacket and here's my
mm-hmm,
gun, you know?
mm-hmm,
And in that, like if that was the only scene, I would be like, no, that's her preparing. She needs all of her faculties to be used,
mm-hmm,
blah, 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 right?
mm-hmm,
But like there's quite a few scenes in the movie. Like there's the scene where they're at the funeral home. She walks in,
mm-hmm,
everybody's staring at her, takes off her jacket. Right.
mm-hmm.
There's a scene where she's at the diner talking to the girl and she's taking notes. She's
Yep,
she's there and she takes off her jacket.
yep,
There's, like, and I just find also like how she does it isn't subtle. It's very
yes.
purposeful, big action. And I was just like, I don't know why this is a thing. Like, I don't know if this was like a tick that Jodie Foster had that she threw in for
Mm.
the character, or if this was something to be like, no, no, can you just take off the jacket with like flair for some reason? And I was like, I've like
Some reason.
been thinking
So
about it, and I'm like,
yeah,
I don't understand these scenes. I think she does it like 4 or 5 times in the movie,
absolutely.
and it seems stupid. I think it seems stupid, but I was like, no, this was focused on. Like,
Mm-hmm.
why?
What, and you're right. At the beginning, when she goes to visit Lecter for the first time, Barney makes a big deal of her being able to hang up her jacket here, even though she takes her purse in to talk to Lecter. But I think one, we see there is, I think, a visual parallel with Buffalo Bill skinning women and her taking off any kind of clothing, whether it's suggestive or violent or not. I think there's, we see that scene of that shot of Catherine's shirt being discarded on the road as he drives away. Um, so I think there is some parallel there, just like a visual parallel. But I also think that she takes off her jacket, which is a kind of, physical, a little tiny bit of physical armor. Is like, at least, I know for me, often it's like I would rather
Yeah.
have a big hoodie or a big jacket, especially if I'm in an uncomfortable situation.
Yeah, it's
And
something you can pull over yourself and hide in.
yeah, but
Yeah.
she can't work while she is fully dressed and armored to perform
Mm-hmm.
femininity, right? She can't, the jacket gets in her way as soon as she's in the basement and she has to stop and get rid of this thing that is encumbering her. She has to hang up her jacket before she can go do FBI interviews. And when she's talking in the diner, she takes off her jacket because she's got, I really relate to her taking off her jacket and it being a whole thing because I am often feeling like I am suddenly holding or wearing too much stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So like, oh, I'm so glad I have a big jacket to hide in. Oh my God, I'm so hot and I'm so encumbered and I can't do anything.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think some of it might just be the costuming choices, but I also think the costume designer, Colleen Atwood, has, again, just a phenomenal career, full of, she did many, oh God, I mean, I'm not going to be able to do her justice here, but I know that she did a ton of Tim Burton movies and also designed the outfits for My Chemical Romance's Black Parade, which are so cool. And she did most recently Wednesday. And again, go look her up. It's
Okay.
everything. So I don't think that this was an accident. I think that they're drawing attention to uh, Starling's layers of armor,
Mm-hmm.
potentially drawing visual parallels to her shedding her skin,
Mm-hmm.
potentially drawing visual parallels to the themes of clothing, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That, if I remembered more about my English degree, I could wax on about.
Okay. All right. So you're giving me clarity though. I love it. I love it. Okay.
Good.
Last question.
Ooh.
At the very end of the movie, Clarice goes through, she gets her little, I'm an FBI agent, walks down. She has a little talk with Crawford before she gets the phone call from Hannibal Lecter. And they shake hands, and camera zooms in on their hands shaking and look at their faces, and they're like, okay, cool, bye. And I was like, I know Hannibal Lecter was sowing in the seeds that Crawford likes her, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like Clarice was seeing Crawford as a father figure, so she wasn't attracted. She just wanted to make him proud.
Mm-hmm.
And then that scene sort of indicated that there was like an expectation of a flirtation, or like he was gonna
Mm.
like caress her palm or something a little extra or something, but it was a very bland, very uninteresting handshake. And he essentially gives her kudos, so she's already beaming and she's like, he approves. And then he just
Mm.
leaves.
Mm.
But
Mm-hmm.
like, but the close up of just the hands shaking seemed like such a weird choice to convey his approval and her being proud thing.
Is it possible that
Yeah.
this is a deliberate parallel to Lecter handing her the file? Because we get that close up shot of their hands. And instead, we see her handshake with Jack, which is two arguably functional human beings, neither of whom recreationally dine on other human beings,
Which is good. Yes.
but which represents, again, a fraught relationship
Hmm.
in which she might be used. And that is immediately followed by the phone call from Lecter.
Yeah. Um, I don't.
Ah!
I mean, I. I mean, I guess because I guess him giving her the file was the his approval of how smart she is, and he's like, here's your gift for doing all of this work, right?
Mm-hmm.
So kudos, good job. I'm gonna touch your finger all creepy. Fine. So I get that part of it. But
Mm.
I still don't feel like that is what's happening, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like it just
Yeah.
doesn't, I don't know. It just seemed like with the jacket coming off, it was just like a distracting
Mm-hmm.
thing that
Yeah.
was like a quirk in there that I was just like, what? Like it's
Mm-hmm.
I
And
feel like I'm supposed to
yeah,
get more meaning from it than I'm getting. Yeah.
yeah, I feel like Jack's attention and acceptance and praise at the end is shown pretty uncritically. And I
Yes.
wonder if that's why we get a nice, she gives him a nice firm handshake, just like one of the guys. And that maybe that's what they're doing there. And it's not meant to
Okay.
be a parallel.
Yeah.
But if that's the case, then I think that doesn't do justice to the rest of the movie. And maybe it's just because eventually you have to end a movie and try to make it seem like it's got some kind of a satisfying ending.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think the call from, I think it was necessary for her to get that quote unquote pat on the back, aka handshake,
Mm-hmm.
from Crawford. I think it was necessary. And I think the call from Lecter at the end is a really good ending to the movie because it
That's more
ends,
meaningful.
it's more meaningful and it ends the story being told.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a possibility of a, because he's in the Caribbean somewhere, probably a
He's in the
non,
Bahamas. Yep.
he's in the Bahamas. Okay. Oh yeah, no, he says that, didn't they? Yes. Um, and like he's away. He is not
Mm-hmm.
their issue anymore, technically.
Mm-hmm.
And like she is not a person who's gonna give up on finding him, but at the
Mm-hmm.
same time, it's sort of like, I'm over here. You have more important things over there. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be myself over here. So like I think it's like with the other movies, it's like, yeah, you have an opportunity to go do another story, but also you're just like, no, this story is finished. Like it shows you that. Um, I've lost the train of where my point was gonna be, but you know,
I think you're
I think
onto
the
something
movie
there.
ends properly. It's just
Yes.
that handshake. I feel like I'm supposed to find more meaning in it, and it doesn't happen really.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You know. So,
Yeah.
but yes, okay. So that was my last note. That was it. Yes,
Excellent.
yes. John.
Okay.
I mean, it took us a long time to get here, and we've dropped hints about it, but we're at Sin City.
Haha.
Oh, we're doing it, guys. We're doing it. First of all, I remembered a lot of this movie, don't get me wrong.
Okay.
But this movie does not feel tiring, but there's just so much in it that the movie feels like it's 6 hours long, but
Yes.
not in like a bad way. Like it's
Mm,
okay, this is gonna sound weird,
soft
but like
disagree.
it, but like, you know, when you go out with your friends and then you're like, oh, we'll meet up for brunch. And then you get home and it's dark and you're just like, oh my God, I was hanging out with blah, blah, blah for 8 hours. It's crazy. But so much stuff happens and it doesn't feel bad. I mean,
Mm,
this movie is a lot darker than hanging out with your friends, don't get me wrong. And calling it enter there are very entertaining bits to it, but a lot of it is
mhm.
quite heavy. But I was like, the movie finished and I was like, shit, that's a good movie. Like that's just what my brain said.
Yep.
Yeah.
I I think it is very much like going out for brunch and coming home when it's dark in that I'm like, oh, this is already like it's already such a commitment and it's gonna eat my whole day. And then it's like mid-afternoon and I'm like, oh, I'm just finishing breakfast and this is like I could have been doing stuff. And now it's like we're just hanging out, sitting still, and like
Yeah.
then it gets interesting again. And I don't get home until after dark, but like, hmm.
Yeah. I don't,
I should, yeah,
yeah, my
I should
problem
say
is
full
I do
disclosure.
that
Oh,
too
sorry, go ahead.
much. Yeah, I think my problem is
Yeah.
I do that too much. Like I'll go out for like, oh, we're just gonna meet up for like an early lunch. Cool. This happened a couple of weeks ago. I met up with my friend at like 5 o'clock because we're like, we're gonna have an early day. Okay. We're gonna go because usually we'll meet up at like 8 or 9 and then finish at like 1 and you know, it's a whole thing. We're gonna meet
Mhm.
up at 5, eat some food, have some laughs, go home. Oh my God. We shut the place down. Okay. Our bills were ridiculous because we were drinking and eating the whole time.
Oh my God,
But
I
from
can
five,
imagine.
it was 5 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Yeah,
That is ridiculous. Okay.
yeah,
Ridiculous. But yeah, it was a good time.
yeah. That's a lot like what this movie felt like. I will say, so I was super excited to watch Silence of the Lambs. Um, and then I messed up my sleep real bad. I did not
Uh-huh.
sleep. I worked all day and then I watched Sin City. So I missed bits and pieces.
I
Might have
mean,
missed a few things.
yeah, yeah. That's
Um,
fine. I get it.
and by the
Yeah,
end of it, I was like, this was a movie.
it was.
Where is my bed?
Well, really, it's like three short movies in one. And that's
Yes.
one of the reasons why the movies, well, the actual runtime of the movie is a long runtime. Especially
Hmm.
like right now, it doesn't seem like a long runtime because having a 2 hour, 3 hour movie at any point these days is not a big deal anymore.
Mm.
Whereas I think when this movie came out, Yeah, the actual runtime of the movie is over 2 hours.
Oh,
Um, so it says 2 hours and 4 minutes.
it's a very pretty 2 hours and 4 minutes. It
Yeah,
is intensely watchable.
it's intense. It's very beautiful, and it was like it was not the first. Okay, so I had to look up the definition of what, because a couple of things call this movie a neo-noir film, right?
Yes.
Um, and I understood that. But
Hmm.
also I was thinking, I'm like, well, what other movies are considered neo-noir? And
Hmm.
there's quite a few movies on these lists where it's just like, are you sure that's a neo-noir film? Because
What?
like a movie like um Seven or Brick, even Dark
Yep.
City,
Oh
Shutter
yeah.
Island, I
Yep.
totally get. But also a movie on this thing is like Collateral.
Oh, I haven't seen Collateral.
I didn't like that movie.
Ah.
Also Knives Out, which I
Oh.
don't think that's a
Hmm.
noir at all. Um, I
Hmm.
mean, a Blade Runner is a type of noir, but I don't think
Hmm.
it's and they're talking about like, well, yeah, I guess the original's on here too, but like specifically they are picturing the 2049 version. And it
Hmm.
is a type of noir, but I don't think it's neo-noir. It's not the same kind of thing. So it's kind of like jump, like Kiss Kiss Bang Bang is considered neo-noir. No, it's not.
Hmm.
No, I don't. To me, it does not fit into that category.
Hmm.
Um, but now
But
that I
Sin
have a,
City does fit for you.
well, I think it does fit for me simply because I actually don't even think it's neo-noir. I just think it's classic noir made in a new time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh, so I understand why they only put it in this category because it's a new film, not a movie made in the 40s or 50s.
Hmm.
Um, I just think it's a classic noir with a modern, made in modern times. That's
Yeah.
all it is.
Yep.
But I liked the quote unquote overacting and the black and white, the pops of color and
Hmm.
the intense stories. And I don't know, I like all the characters, including the villains, because the villains are real villains, and
Hmm.
the good guys are sort of anti-heroes, but they're also like they also have like a moral code, which is
Hmm.
very clear throughout the whole movie,
Yes.
which I thoroughly enjoyed as well. But being a comic book fan, I have still not read any of the source material for
That was my
this,
first question for you.
sadly.
Interesting. Why not?
Yes. Well, I remember going to look for it, and it is like I think it's like 10 books, like thick
That's a
books or
lot of
whatever.
books.
And I think this only covers the first book. And it was one of those things, it's like, do I want the commitment?
Hmm.
It was one of those things. Because
Hmm.
I think if it was like, oh, this book came out, like the first book came out, it was really popular, so we made a movie and then more were going to come out later, definitely would have gotten into it. But
Hmm.
since it was a complete series already, and I was
Yeah.
like, it's like starting a new show, but it's like a classic show, you know?
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh, yes, I really want to watch this. This looks really good, but there's 300 episodes.
Right.
I don't know about that. Like,
Yeah. Maybe I should watch some Doctor Who. Maybe not.
yeah, where are you starting this Doctor Who? How many Doctor Who's are you going to partake in? Are you going to start like at the beginning? Are you going to start at the new Who's? Are you going to just only start at the new Doctor? Like,
Is the
there's
plural Doctors Who?
oh, that is
Like
correct.
Attorney General.
It's fair.
Yeah.
It's a
No, I hear you.
conundrum. Yes.
It's a lot to get into. Okay.
Yeah. And it is
Yeah.
on my as a movie, like a to watch movie list that I have. I also have a to read book list, and it is
Hmm.
still on that book list.
Okay.
So yes. I will tell you, going back to Silence of the Lambs, that is not on my to read list. I don't need that in my brain. I'm good. Thanks.
That's fair.
Yes.
That's fair. It's
Um,
gross.
but also the second thing
Rape.
about this
I'll
is
read it again
that
for you.
you'll read it. You do that. Yes. Yes. stick with the fandom. But the other thing is like a few years later, the actually it was not even a few, it was like a lot of years later, the sequel to this came out,
Hmm.
and it was so bad it kind of turned me off of reading the books.
Oh dear.
But there was also that issue.
Yeah.
Um, but yes, yes. I feel like one day I will do it. I can't give you an answer to when.
Mhm.
That's not an answer I have for you.
Luckily, I do not need a timeline from you.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, I really this movie has everybody in it.
Oh my God.
Um, there are so many people in this movie.
Yes.
It also reminded me why Josh Hartnett was a heartthrob, because that even that opening scene, I was just like, oh yeah, oh
His
yeah.
little face is so small.
It's so, oh my God. Very, very cute and all that kind of stuff.
Hmm.
And I was like, oh yeah, they tried to make this genre a thing and it failed miserably because all the other movies sucked. So
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Well, this is a big. I love a movie that takes a big swing.
yeah.
This is a
It took a
big
huge
swing.
swing. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Um,
And yeah. What are your thoughts? Like had you'd seen this before, right?
yes.
Yes. And
Yeah.
on
So,
this rewatch, you know,
mm, uh, so I had just been thinking a lot about Silence of the Lambs and, the how things age and thinking about the treatment of women in that movie, and then knowing I was going to watch Sin City and wondering how I was going to react to the treatment of women in this movie. And in one of my notes is just in a movie where life is worth so little, is misogyny even worth pointing out?
mhm,
And yes, it is, because that's a conversation for later. But I I, I think fledgling edgelord me loved this movie
mhm.
because I sometimes you just want style over substance. And
Yes.
that, for
Yeah.
me, that's this movie. So I don't know enough about the source material. I'm not drawn enough to the stories. I agree with you that the villains are real villains and that the heroes are, generally you get a sense of who the characters are. I think also because all the actors are so good and they're all just
Yeah.
acting their asses off and they're chewing on scenery and each other, and it's a whole thing. And you
Everybody's
know,
chewing up the scenery, man. It's like they're handing out bubble
yeah,
gum the whole time. They're just like,
even the scenery is
yes.
somehow chewing itself up. It's amazing.
Right.
So,
Oh,
in that
yeah.
way, it was lovely to look at.
Mhm.
A lot of it really dragged for me. I
Oh.
forgot how little substance there was in a lot of it.
Mhm.
Um, and I think the excitement of exploring that world again as a younger person who didn't bring so much baggage
Mhm.
and exhaustion and rage to all of her movie watching experiences.
Yeah.
I was just like, yeah, look at this. There's a whole bunch of like men are all punching and fighting, and women are all wearing nothing. And this is look at this movie. It demands to be looked at. It's very
Oh,
cool.
yes. Yeah, it
You know,
is. The visual style alone is just like it's screaming, look at me. Look
yeah.
at
And
me. Yeah.
it's super cool, and it's like,
Mhm.
Mickey Rourke falls down 75 flights of stairs and then steals a cop car and drives away, and he somehow got a lit cigarette. Like, where did he find time? And and everybody's got the like ultra cool voiceover. And I think, yeah, I was a lot more willing to take that at face value. This watching, I still adore it stylistically,
Mhm.
and I think it's worth noting, the lengths that Robert Rodriguez went to be incredibly faithful to the source material, like looking at
Yeah.
those side by sides of the graphic novel and then the film. And I see, again, big swing. I appreciate that. I want
Mhm.
somebody to do something weird and take a lot of risks, and I want to watch what happens, even if it doesn't totally land for me.
Yeah.
Um, so it didn't blow me away the way that it did um, when I first watched it. I still think there's a lot to get into.
Mhm.
And Elijah Wood.
Oh my God. I have I have the weirdest soft spot for Elijah Wood, and
Oh, is it weird?
I feel like it's weird because I feel like Elijah Wood is the kind of actor that people forget about until you see them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And but anytime I hear his name or I see him, and this is one of the reasons why I'm mad, I hate Lord of the Rings so much and everything. But every time I see him, I'm just like, oh, Elijah Wood. Oh my God, I love Elijah Wood. He's so good. And I have watched a surprising amount of Elijah Wood content in my life.
He just pops
You
up.
know, he just pops up, and but he also does like the weirdest projects. And the
Yes.
weirdest projects that he's done, nobody I know has ever seen or heard of it. And I'm just like, I was like, oh my God, he was so good in Come to Daddy. I'm like,
Come to Daddy. I was just gonna say. Oh,
excuse
what a
me,
movie.
what is that? Or like the TV show Wilfred. Oh my
Oh,
God,
I did not watch that.
nobody I know has watched this show. And because the concept is so wild and ridiculous, people are just like, why would I watch that? I'm like, you do not understand. You
I
don't
watched the hell out of
understand.
Dirk Gently.
Dirk Gently was so good.
Oh,
Loved those 2 seasons. It was fantastic.
yeah.
And because of it, I actually read one of the books, which was also really good. It's Douglas Adams, right?
I love them. Yep.
Um, but it wasn't it like it's just the character Dirk Gently is in it. It's not the stories they did in the show.
Yes.
But it was
Yes.
so good. And I just, and every time you watch like Back to the Future Part 2, like that's him, it's his first role. Or you watch like the really depressing Radio Flyer, like, oh, you cry a little bit. Like,
Yep.
it's just I was just like, I love when you're around.
Yes.
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 Yeah.
He he is such a committed weirdo.
Yes. He's like, no, I know my face looks like I did when I was 5, so it looks
Mm-hmm.
weird. And I'm just gonna go with it. And sometimes
Yep.
I'm gonna be real happy. You're gonna be real happy I'm here because I'm gonna be the really cool, sweet guy. And other times you're gonna hate that I'm here because I will creep you the fuck out.
It's a
And
very
he
Daniel
does it in
Radcliffe
here.
career, which are we sure they're two different people?
I know. There is that joke out there.
Yes.
But yes, I think it's really funny. There's actually like an interview with Daniel Radcliffe where somebody asked him about that, and they're like, and he's like, look, I don't think people actually think we look alike. I think the idea of us are the
Mm-hmm.
same. We're
Oh,
two short guys with big eyes, brown hair, and we're actors. And we
well,
started as kids.
yeah.
And so it's like the idea of them is the same. So people are just like, yeah, of course they look alike, but they don't really look alike. And I was like, I understand that. And then I looked up pictures. I'm like, are you sure? You kind of look
They look
alike.
they don't not look alike.
Well, yeah, they do not look alike. I will
Yeah.
I will definitely say that. But I think it has more to do with like their mannerisms and their voices are very different from each other, I find.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
like if you just see like a picture of their faces, you're just like, I see it. It's there.
Yeah.
Yes, it's
And
there.
their career choices, which is I now have enough money that I never have to worry about what I'm doing next. And so I'm gonna do some real weird stuff.
Yeah. Just I can do whatever I
I'm gonna
feel
make
like.
other
Let's
people just
go.
uncomfortable. Yeah.
I mean, I love Swiss Army Man.
Oh,
I really liked Horns. I
I
did
gotta see that.
not like Guns Akimbo.
Okay.
Um, what else have I seen? I am not a fan of Harry Potter, so it's really weird that I've seen a lot of Daniel Radcliffe content. But yes, I do like. I think I like him as a person, so I'm just like,
Mm-hmm.
I will support you. And then the stuff I've supported him, I've been pleasantly surprised, and I'm like, I'm glad I supported this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it works.
Yeah.
It works.
Yep. I end up watching a lot of movies with Robert Pattinson and Kristen Stewart because both of them have established that they don't have to take boring movies. They could just be
Yes.
weirdos. They have both really committed themselves to exploring being weirdos. And I'm here for that.
Yeah.
I have no truck with Twilight. I don't need to be involved with any of that, but I enjoy watching their careers develop.
hmm I don't know. Like I find with Kristen Stewart, like only her recent movie, the wrestling movie, what's it called?
Love Lies Bleeding.
Love Lies Bleeding is
Ah,
the first movie in a very long time that she's in that I want to see.
mm,
Um, but I find every movie that she has been in that I have watched, including what is it? Well, like
Crimes of the Future.
not Crimes of the Future. Well, she was in that like That like I'm a teenager and I work at an amusement park during the summer movie. And then there was
Mhm.
oh my God, I'm forgetting all of the names of the movies.
Uh-oh.
American I don't know. It was one of those like it's Jesse Eisenberg, but he's like a sleeper cell agent, and that's his girlfriend who's technically her handler, but then they go
Oh
against the
yeah, yeah, yeah.
government. I watched like
Oh,
that one.
I feel like the poster has wood paneling on it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know one.
Yeah, and then like she played Snow White and Snow White and the Huntsman.
All
And
right.
but I find like anytime the camera's on her, it looks like A, the camera's hurting her and she's trying to shy away from it. A. And B, because of that, she's not emoting. And I'm just like, you're a bad actress. And I know those aren't like her deep indie movies or anything,
Hmm.
but I do not like her acting style. Like it's her style and that's fine, but I do not like her acting style. Now
Yeah.
Robert Pattinson on the other hand,
Hmm.
the actual only other movie I think I've watched him in is the James Dean movie,
Ooh, yeah.
where he plays the reporter. And I was just like, oh shit, he can act. Okay, I really
Hmm.
like this one. But I
Yeah.
just it not on purpose. I just really haven't seen anything else that he's been in, that I can think of off the top of my head. Yeah.
You're not the lighthouse kind of person.
No.
You
I
talk
really
about black and
love.
white, long ass movies that make you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Is like at first I was like, oh my God, Willem Dafoe being weird and Robert Pattinson's there to take it. I'll watch this. And then everything that anybody's ever said about the movie, I'm like, why would I put myself through that? I don't want to watch that. No, I don't need to
No,
look at this. Yeah.
life is short, and you have so many other movies to watch. If that does not draw you in, do not watch it.
Yeah. Yeah, like
I
I
will
think
watch it
it's
again.
I know. I think it's one of those movies that if I watched it on like opening weekend, was just there, knew nothing about it, I would watch it and probably be like, that was uncomfortable, but be like, oh my God, like it's art. Fine. But like after taking way too long, hearing too much about it, I was just like, I
Mm,
don't think I need to put myself through it. This is like a
hmm
it's like a salt burn thing, right? Like
hmm
if our friend wasn't like, hey, you want to see this movie? I'm like, I've never heard of this. It's good. You should come look at it. I'll be like, all right. I showed up, I watched it. I'm just like, my mind and my eyes were just like, the fuck? But if I waited and heard things about it, there's no way I would ever have watched that movie. Do I think it's a good
Um,
movie? I think it's an excellent movie. Do I think I'll ever watch it again or recommend it to anybody else? No.
mm. People keep telling me that I'm gonna love it, and then I'm like, well, then don't tell me anything about it. And then they're like, right, but you're gonna love it. And I'm like, I'm sure I will, but first everybody has to shut up for a while so I can watch it.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the it's there's a few movies and TV shows I have not watched for that purpose because
Yep.
I need the hype in my brain to go away and people will not let it go away. And I'm just like,
Hmm.
just I just want to empty my expectations so then I can watch it. Just
Hmm.
let me have this. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe in like 20 years I'll watch The Lighthouse. Who knows?
Eh,
Yeah. Okay.
eh.
If it's unnecessary, I'm fine with it. That's okay. Um,
I'll I'll watch it as soon as I'm done reading Silence of the Lambs again.
okay.
It
So
was
tomorrow?
yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, probably. It was pretty comical. I was like, ooh, okay, I'm gonna watch Silence of the Lambs. Uh I'm gonna need my source material. Went downstairs because I know exactly where I keep Silence of the Lambs and Red Dragon, and I knew that Hannibal, my book, was upstairs. Went upstairs, grabbed it. I was like, do I need the Hannibal cookbook? Because I have the net. You know what? I know where it is if I need it. Grabbed everything, sat down. I was like, all right, I got my open Word document. I got my thing, I got my research here and my,
Mhm.
even though I didn't do the kind of research that I wanted to do, I was just like, all right, I am ready to watch
Yeah.
this. And then we started Sin City. I was like, oh, Bruce Willis is in this movie, right? Yes.
Right.
Okay. All right, here we go. I don't know anything about it. It's a comic book.
Yeah, it's a comic book. They wanted to be faithful to the visual style of the comic book because the comic book visuals are iconic.
And Frank Miller's
And
kind of a big deal, yes.
Frank Miller's a big deal. I think he's an ass, and I think he should stick to
Okay.
writing comic books. He's actually not very good at making movies. Um, but with the help of people who are good at making movies, he was able to do this. because
Hmm.
he directed The Spirit, which came out a few years later, I think 4 years later,
Hmm.
5 years later. And it's garbage. It's done in the same sort of wannabe style as this movie, so it's like black and white. The Spirit it's also a comic book character, it's based on a comic book and stuff.
Okay.
And but that movie, and you had like Sam Jackson as like the bad guy in
Oh.
it.
Oh.
Stana Katic was the no, was she in this one, or was she? I was looking up a couple of movies that were done in the similar style.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, I think she's in the Spirit, and she was like the one of the beat cops that are, new to it, but she's gonna stop this crime lord. That
Yeah,
puffy,
yeah.
like,
Our
yay
our
kind of
plucky
thing.
young heroine. Yeah.
Yeah, and but it is so bad. Like, it is so bad,
Oh
you know.
wow. Well, now I want to
Uh
watch it just to see.
yeah, you will, if you thought scenes, and I don't even know if it's boring. It just doesn't
uh,
do anything. Like
uh,
uh, like it's not even like bad that you can laugh at it. You'd be like, haha, look at this thing. That's so stupid. Oh, look at that. That's, oh my God. What's going on? It's not even that. You're just like, are we done yet? Like, mm, what's going on, you
uh.
know?
Is it similarly okay? So, you alluded to we don't maybe Frank Miller is not like a great guy, and
Mm-hmm.
I know that he leans libertarian, which makes my eyebrow go up, or would
Mm-hmm.
if I could do that. Is The Spirit sort of similarly sensational? Is his other work sort of similarly like life is cheap here in the dark big city? Kind of.
Yeah, it's definitely done in that same like 1940s pulp sort of like
Okay.
gumshoe detective, private eye kind of
Yeah.
overspeak kind of thing.
Yep.
And like, if you look at like the visual style is very similar to this. He just doesn't have the same eye for
Oh,
actual storytelling in this
yeah.
manner. Even though his whole thing is comic books and graphic novels, right?
Mhm.
Which is also it's also a visual style, but as a reader, you can choose how fast or how slow to go through the story. Whereas if
Mm,
you're telling a story, you have to tell the audience how fast or how slow. And if you go too slow or too fast, you lose your audience. And I think he, I mean, I only saw the movie one time because I was like, why am I gonna rewatch this? I should say in its entirety, I've only watched it once. I've definitely seen parts of it in places. I don't even think you can find it anywhere to stream or whatever because
yikes.
nobody wants it.
All right.
Um, but it's it was too slow and too meandering, and I just don't think he's able to he hasn't grasped the style as yet. Like, he has to give his outlandish stories to somebody else to visualize, or else he'll lose people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like you said, two different
Yeah.
mediums. And
Yeah.
so, one thing that I did remember, of all the things to remember, one thing that I did remember about this movie is that Robert Rodriguez's credit at the beginning says shot and cut by Robert Rodriguez.
Yeah, he edited it too. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And at the time, I thought that was just it stuck out to me like, oh, I've never seen that be written down as directed and edited by, instead shot and cut by. I was like, ooh, it's very, very inside baseball, but also like it reflects the violence of the movie. But
Mm-hmm.
I looked it up that Robert, and probably most people who know this movie know this, but just it was new to me that
Mm-hmm.
Robert Rodriguez uh, had to quit the Directors Guild of America to make this movie because the guild would not allow two directors that were not like a directing team to work side by side. I don't know how you're supposed to become a directing team if that's the case, but
That doesn't make sense
but
to me.
I don't
Yeah.
I don't fully I don't fully get it. But for whatever reason, they could not be co-directors of this movie and be credited as such. So Robert Rodriguez quit the Directors Guild of America so that he could have the joint credit with Frank Miller.
Oh,
As so now I'm wondering if shot and cut is used instead of directed by because of some kind of fine print thing about him quitting the. I assume he rejoined the guild afterwards, but
yeah.
you know,
No, that is actually a
yeah,
possibility because the semantics of the words they use in those credits, like if there's a and D instead of a
yeah,
ampersand means two completely different things,
yeah,
apparently, or if like the order of the names appearing, not just like in order of like credits, but order is like on the screen.
yeah.
If it was like Frank Miller and Robert Rodriguez compared to Robert Rodriguez and Frank Miller, two
Yeah.
different things. Like it's very when I found that out, I was just like, oh really? I gotta look for the ands and the ampersands. All
It's a
right.
whole thing.
It's a whole thing. And
Yeah.
then also there's also a credit for Tarantino as like a guest director.
Yes.
Um
Oh,
who
that
like
part was exciting.
yeah, I was just like, wait, what? I forgot there was three directors on this movie. But I was
He only
like,
directed one scene, so
wait, which do you know what scene it was? I did not look this
yeah.
up. I did not look
It,
any of this up. Yeah.
oh man, he directs maybe my favorite scene in the movie, which is Clive Owen in the car with Antonio Banderas's nearly disembodied head and the pistol in his forehead, and
That
the
makes
dead body is
sense.
speaking to him.
Yeah.
And then, oh,
And also Benicio del Toro, I don't think people understand how
or
good
sorry, Benicio del Toro.
I don't think people understand how good his acting is in that scene, especially when his head's flying back and forth and he goes through like the low
Oh my
tone to
god,
the airy, air's escaping me and falls back and then looking dead but not looking dead and like this whole thing and he's still managing to chew the scenery at the same time, like it's
right?
just oh, yeah. And then there's,
It
of course, like Clive Owen off of that. You're just like, oh, you eat that scenery. I'm going to feed that to you. Like, just do it. It's, oh,
I'm
amazing.
gonna
Yeah.
watch those two in this car all day, and it
Yeah. Yes.
every time his head flies back and he goes like this, it's funny every single time. It
Every time.
stays funny. And the reason that I had Antonio Banderas in my notes is because the thing that I did learn for the first time while I was watching this movie that blew my entire mind is that Robert Rodriguez made the Spy Kids movie.
Yeah.
I've never seen
Yeah,
them.
he
I
did.
didn't know that.
I have never seen any of the Spy Kids movies either. But apparently one of there's a line that I've seen quoted a couple of times that is oh I have to find sorry I have to find this line. But there's
Please.
a line that is spoken. I think it's by uh it's spoken by Steve Buscemi in the
Oh,
Spy
yeah.
Kids
You
movie,
can't unsee his face in
and
your head.
it's apparently like one of the deepest greatest lines ever said or whatever in like a
What?
movie. Hold on.
All right.
Steve Buscemi Spy Kids quote. Oh, um, this is what he says. Do you think God lives in heaven because he too lives in fear of what he's created here on earth?
Ooh, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled is God existing in heaven because he's afraid of something, something. That is pretty. That's if you would ask me to identify the source material, it would take me a while.
It would take you a while, exactly,
Yeah.
because like the first time I saw it, I was like, sorry, it's not even Spy, it's in Spy Kids 2, A.
Well,
And I'm like, why is like, I mean, I know I have to watch the movie to understand the context but there is no context in a kid's movie where
right?
this line should be spoken is
Yeah.
my thing. You know, it just makes no sense to me. But
Now,
but yes,
yeah. That's
I don't know. And
huh.
it's
But
yeah.
but knowing that it's a Robert Rodriguez movie, at least I'm like, well, I can see how that might have happened.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's more in depth than we would like to believe it should be.
Yes.
And this came out a year after uh Sin City. Wait, when did the first Spy Kids movie come out then?
2001.
What? So wait, so Spy Kids came out the same year as this movie.
No, I thought this. Oh, hang
No,
on.
this came
Is
out
this not
2005. Sorry. No, never mind.
2005? Yeah.
No. I'm thinking of other things. It's
So
okay.
he was
I am fine.
already an accomplished director, having two Spy Kids films under his belt at this time.
But I think but he had already done like From Dusk Till Dawn and like,
Yes.
well, just like the bloody horror and campy films, and you're just like, okay, and
Yeah.
Spy Kids, we're gonna sneak that in there. You're just like, what? Spy Kids?
And then
Spy
what, two,
Kids?
3 years later, we have Grindhouse
Yeah.
with it, Best Buddies back together.
Oh my God. It's just yeah, it's
Yeah.
his I think he's also one of those people who's just like, you know what? I'm just gonna have fun with it. I'm gonna make the best kids movie I can. And when I found this out, I was like, I really should have watched these movies. Have I gotten around to it? No. It's I don't know. They don't show on
Yeah.
TV. Honestly, I think if it popped up on TV one day, I'd be like, okay, this is my chance to watch it. But am I gonna
Yep.
actively look for watching it? No. I'm not.
Yeah.
I like kids content, but I'm not going back there yet.
I often find myself looking for kids content to watch because mostly I watch horror movies and adjacent
Mm.
movies. And then sometimes instead of like cleansing my palate with like a nice normal comedy or whatever other genres of movies people might watch, I'm just like, I'm gonna need basically a cartoon or a live action cartoon to balance what I've watched the rest of this week.
I watch so much animated content, it's crazy.
Which
Right
somehow
now
Sin
I'm
City manages to be both a horror movie and but not an animated horror movie, but a cartoon. It is a Looney Tunes cartoon.
it's yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
you know.
Wait, but
Um
go back, please, because I want to hear what you've been watching.
right now I am in the process of watching the second season of My Adventures with Superman, and it is
Ooh,
a great show. It is
excellent.
definitely it's not a kid show. It's more like a tween show, teen kind of in there.
Yeah.
So it's got a little bit higher content,
Hmm.
like stories and content and more consequences to stuff.
Hmm.
But it's really good. It's really good. Yes.
Nice.
Enjoying it. Yeah.
Excellent.
So, you know, I suggest you get on that bandwagon if you want. Also like Superman and Lois in the show, they're just so sweet. Like, and they're
Aw,
just really cute. And you're just
aw,
like I watch them and I'm like, oh, that's so nice. Oh,
yeah.
like, yeah. And then all of a sudden, like, an alien comes and blows something up, and you're like, we'll save Lois. It's great. I love it.
That does sound nice.
It
That does
is,
sound like a
yeah.
perhaps an antidote that I might enjoy to having this movie club me in the face with itself for two let's 2 long hours. They were long.
Yeah.
I know I hadn't slept in 24 hours, but they felt
Yeah.
long.
Well, I think too, compared to Silence of the Lambs, the violence in this movie is on screen and very visceral.
Hmm.
And so I think it's sort of like a shock to the system that, oh, I was watching a movie about a serial killer and only saw some graphic pictures. But in
Hmm.
this movie, I saw some man's nuts get ripped off by hand.
Yeah.
And another guy get eaten to death by his own dog.
Yep.
And all the fun stuff that you like to watch in movies. So
I
yeah.
mean, I do sometimes like to watch that stuff in movies. And if I'm gonna watch that kind of movie, I want it to be a Robert Rodriguez movie because I think that even when he's making oh no, help me out. There's Death Proof, Planet Terror.
Yeah.
It's gonna be I don't know. I trust him to handle a campy, exploitative experience.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
And I think he handles it in I think he handles it in such a way that, like, yes, you cringe at the violence happening, but you're not,
Yeah.
actually that's a lie. I was gonna say you're not overly scarred because it's done so stylistically
Yeah.
that it is not in reality. But
Mm.
also, I have to admit, when I went to sleep after watching Sin City, I had more fucked up dreams than after watching Sounds of the
Oh,
Lamb. So
interesting.
yeah, I think it's the
Yeah.
black and white and the color and the like, ooh,
Yeah,
yeah.
yes, it definitely lends itself to hallucinatory material.
So yeah.
Um,
Um, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, well, what do you think makes you not like? I know you said like some parts were kind of like slow
mm,
and it's just like so much happens. But like, are there specific scenes that you're thinking of that you're just like, oh, I don't like this, or this is not what I was going for, or
I think Mickey Rourke's story just left me kind of cold. I love Carla Gugino,
mm-hmm.
so I was thrilled to see her. She's just always consistently great, and it was just like, oh, she's a tiny baby.
Yeah.
But I just didn't find that for me, I didn't really drop into that story. So we had Bruce Willis at the beginning, and that first story is at least a little bit shorter, and I was a little bit more awake. And I was thinking about the last time I was on the podcast, I think, was back in the H's with Hudson Hawk. So possibly I
Mm.
only show up when Bruce Willis is around being a
Which shows
giant
up.
ham. I don't know yet. It's probably that might be some of it.
Oh no, I feel
But
like
I
you
found
were.
I perked. Hmm?
No, yeah, no, you're right. That is the last time you were on, except for
Yeah,
like the
overdue.
Christmas
Okay.
episodes. I think you were on for two or three.
Yes, I was.
Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, no, the last like movie one was Hots and Hawks. So yeah, I'm okay if you show up
Yeah.
whenever Bruce Willis shows up because, as people know, I like Bruce Willis. So
I didn't mean to be the
yes,
Bruce Willis person. But I did find that once we got into as soon as it cut to Brittany Murphy and Benicio del Toro and Clive Owen, I was like, I'm back in. I love this movie.
yes.
Like she's Brittany Murphy. What a loss. What a delight.
What? Yeah,
Um,
she's
just
so good in that whole scene, you know.
yes.
And the thing is, she's like overacting but underacting and being subtle about it, but being
Yes.
really like blatant about it all at the same time. It's like
Mm-hmm.
she's yelling at them, but she's like, "You fool!" and her like lip quivers, and she's like a duck face. But
Yeah.
I'm like, in the world, she's like, "Oh my God, I feel her pain. She's
Yes.
longing for him, like you get it." But at the
Yes.
same time,
And
if
we need,
you yeah,
yeah.
if you analyze it too much, you're just like, that's bad acting. But is it bad acting?
You gotta have the whole movie on either side of her for it to
Yes.
sit
Yeah.
properly.
Yeah.
Because if you take that clip out of context, she's gonna look silly.
Yeah. Well, and that
But
I think anybody in there, you take anything that they do out of context, you're like, what
yeah,
is this? But like the world around them allows for this campiness.
yes. I was really thinking about missing Nicolas Cage as Spider-Man, Noir. What's the
Spider Noir, or yeah.
whatever it is? I was just like, oh, instead I have been dropped into the noir instead of the noir getting humorously dropped into a Spider-Man movie, which I'd
Yeah.
rather be watching.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, I have been dropped into this. But as I said, once I think it was for me, the Mickey Rourke storyline, it was fun to look at. It. I know we're bouncing around from character to character, but wasn't I wasn't in it enough to really be feeling it.
Mm.
And I think some of that was just watching it on a deadline and not waiting until I felt like it.
Yeah. I don't know. I think while I was watching it, at first I was like, I think Marv was my favorite character, but I think it's not that he's my favorite character. I think he has some of the more memorable scenes in the movie in
Mm-hmm.
his storyline because like I think about well, there's a cheesy part where he like drives the cop car into the river and he's like swimming, and for some reason
Yes.
I was like, that scene is so ridiculous and so hokey, but also I'm like, yeah, it shows how tough he is, like that
Yeah.
kind of thing. And then you have the scene where Carla shows up, which is a purely scandalous. They're just like, we just want to see your boobs. Just can we just do this?
I can't disagree. They're very nice.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I'm like,
This movie
you know
is
what, I
full
get
of
it.
amazing boobs.
Look, we're allowed to critique this. We are people with boobs. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
I
Um, I
yeah.
think I think we have a right to.
Are they all
Uh,
artistically necessary? I don't. You know what? The movie's already made. It's not gonna matter if
it doesn't
I
matter. It
which way.
doesn't.
Yeah.
And but like I feel like they don't use her in that sequence well. Like
Mhm.
she just randomly shows up in parts, and you're just like, I don't know how you got here, but I'm glad you're back.
Yes.
You know.
Yes. Yeah.
Um, but then like and then within that there's also like the scene where he's like, I've got to get all my equipment together. I got some rubber tubing, some this, some that, some that, and my mitts. I love that sequence. I was like, I think that
I
sequence
love
is hilarious. I love it.
I have a note about that because they're at Don's Hardware and he's like, I need my rubber tubing and my razor wire and those mitts that let me handle razor wire. And I was like, I just want to watch a movie about Don's day.
I know. And
Who's
I was
coming in
like,
before and after this guy in Sin City?
right? Because he's all just like he's like nonchalant. She's like, "Hey, buffing up some of your security, huh?" And he's like, "Yep." He's like, "Is that what
Yep.
you believe is happening here?" Okay,
Yep.
yeah, we're gonna go with it.
Yep.
And then the next scene, of course, is Elijah Wood's creepy character shows up in his Charlie Brown shirt and
Yes.
glasses, and he's just like he's got claws for some reason. He's just like scratching at people, and I'm just like, and like so I think one of the reasons why I like Marv's story is because he's got the iconic scenes in them. And I'm just
Yes.
like, oh, this has to be the best one because he's got the best scenes in it. But also, it's true, the him going to find who killed this girl who he just
The
met for no reason,
exactly.
and like the backstory with her sister. And like I also think maybe part of the reason is like the girl who plays the sisters, I
Jamie
think
King.
is the least good actor in this. I feel like weird saying it that way in this movie, but she has the least amount of gravitas in the whole movie,
I feel
I
like
find.
she's not used well. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
you know.
there are a lot of fantastic female actors in this movie that are used in a like probably Regina's used in an exploitative way. Like the character is very, you know, pulpy,
Yes,
but
yeah.
but
I find
I
her the
don't feel
least
like her
helpful.
performance lands, and I don't know
Yeah.
that that's her fault
But also I think
because she's
that
not given any weight.
yeah, and I also think that may be one of the reasons why you don't connect with his storyline as well.
I don't. He goes on a weird rampage for a reason that I don't understand. But I did perk up when we got Carly Gugino's um we revisit her and we've got that real moment of actual horror with
Yeah.
the women's heads on plaques on the wall, which is an amazing visual. And
Hmm.
then the he made me watch with the
Yeah.
we see that her hand's been amputated, which brings me to my question here.
Yeah.
What's what's your feelings on eating people?
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's no way in hell you're gonna get me to be like, oh, I think it should be fine. I don't need Soylent Green. I'm not
Huh?
gonna eat any quote unquote long pig. That's not my idea of a good time.
No?
But the problem is a few years ago I watched a YouTube video from a science guy named Vsauce, and he
Mm-hmm.
did he did a story about it's like 15 minutes long about what do people taste like.
Mm.
Okay. And this video stuck with me for a
Gonna
very long
just
time.
bookmark that real quick.
Yeah. It stuck with me for a long time because he doesn't just it's not just like, oh, people taste like this. It went into like it's not just cannibalism. There are people who want to be eaten. There are stories
Mm-hmm.
about like there was a case about a guy. He put in a newspaper, I want to eat somebody.
Oh yes, that
Somebody
case.
answered the newspaper, was
Yeah.
like, I want to be eaten. And
Mm,
they live
yep.
together as like in the movie, apparently. He'll cut off a piece of him, cook him up,
Mm,
and eat him in front of him, and they'd have a good time. And then when he died, they're like, we can charge him with murder. But I'm like, but it was consensual. Can you charge
yeah.
him with murder if it was consensual? Blah, 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 blah. And they
Yeah.
have documentation showing that it was consensual, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so like he went through like weird instances like that. Like some guy went to the jungle, and he
Mm-hmm.
met a tribe, and well, actually, this was like the end of it, but essentially, like he went through little things in society where, in
Mm-hmm.
Japan, there was a chef who was like, he essentially was like, essentially, what it turns out is he was asexual, but he was also like, I don't need my genitalia then if I'm asexual. I don't need this. And he put out a thing saying there's going to be a special dinner. It's like $2,000 a plate. You're going to get to eat piece of me. And
Podcast listeners,
essentially,
you cannot see my eyes right now, but they are
yeah.
wide.
And essentially what he did was he cut off his penis. He made a fancy meal of it. People paid, showed up, ate it, had a nice day. Like
Mhm,
it was stuff like that. Like, so he went through like all of these things in society that were like, yes,
mhm,
cannibal is wrong, but here's instant cannibalism that are questioned, whatever.
mhm,
And then the last story was essentially it was a scientist who was
mhm.
in like a jungle, and he met with a tribe, and luckily he was not eaten. But they offered him food and all this kind of stuff, and he was like, I was there, I didn't want to offend, so I tried it. And he was like, I mean, I feel essentially what he said was essentially we taste like pork. So
Mhm.
just an FYI, so you don't have to do it, but
What do you?
here you go.
But I
Yeah.
mean, thank you.
Yeah.
I
He was
think this is
essentially what he said was the closest thing he can relate to is pork, is what it is like the consistency, the kind of salty. Apparently, there was a saltiness. I don't know. But
Ooh. Yeah.
yes.
Well, you'd have to season the meat. I think the
But yeah.
thing that drives me crazy is that it's not allowed, and that's what makes me want to try it. But I have such a strong ethical compass that I cannot even fathom trying it unless it's a perfectly worked out, engineered hypothetical situation in which I have no ethical problems with it, which the story from Japan probably is closest
Yeah.
because I have probably put more thought into this than most people about
Mm-hmm.
what the ideal ethical situation is. And I don't want to go into like survival too much
Situation. Yeah.
because like that's a whole different thing is like
Oh
would
yeah, like that came up in the thing as
yeah
well.
yeah
Yeah.
and that's truly horrific in a way that this is a brain game that I want to play is like if you could be assured that the situation was 100% perfectly ethical
Mm-hmm.
to the point where you were satisfied there, would you still feel revolted and horrified if you tried a bite, maybe just a little morsel like a toe?
I feel like if I knew what it was, I would not try a bite. But
Okay.
if it was given to me and was like, oh, oh my God, that reminds me of something. But if it was given to me and I ate peas and I was like, oh, what is this? And they told me what it was, I'd
Mm.
be like, A, what the fuck? But B, I'd be like, I did that. And C, I probably wouldn't eat anymore.
Mm.
I'd be done.
What if it was
Um,
really good?
yeah. Well, this is the other problem, right? It's like, but what if now I have like I was just like, oh, that's delicious. Oh, what is this? They're like, it was my toe. And I'd be like, do you need
uh,
the rest of
mhm.
them?
I
Like,
can only have
what
nine
if my
more of this meal.
brain, yeah, what if my brain switches and I'm like, can I get the pinky next? Yes.
I hadn't thought about that.
Like, like what if you get, like a vampire, you get the thirst.
Right. What if my entire culinary life peaks with that bite?
Yeah, and the
Which,
fur
let's
until
be
you,
honest, it's probably going to.
this is the real experience.
That's
Yes.
going to be the most exciting bite of food I ever take in my life.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
so it's one of those things that I prefer. I'm one of those people who's like, I prefer not to give into the temptation in case, because once you give into the temptation, you are more likely to fall to the temptation
That's a
more
good point.
often, right?
Mm.
But yeah, like, but it also goes with it's also part of like a societal, not just societal, but like family value upbringing thing,
Mhm.
because it's like it's your culinary flavor depending where you are in the world and what you grow up with is also
Mhm.
part of it.
Yeah.
Because in like once somebody was really mad, they saw some article in some poor place in like China, or it was somewhere in Asia somewhere, maybe it was like India or whatever, and they were all
Mhm.
mad that they were eating dogs somewhere.
Mm. Right.
I would not eat a dog. I am not gonna eat a dog, right?
Mm.
But like with chickens, like with cows,
Yep.
it is an animal that is meat. And if that's what you want to do, because I'm sorry, if like I do not want to see what a chicken farm is like.
Mm-mm,
Do I want to meet the chicken I'm going to eat for dinner? Fuck
mm-mm.
no, because then I'm not eating chicken. Okay.
Yep.
Do I want to meet a cow that I'm going to eat for dinner? No. I don't understand people who go to like a seafood restaurant. It's like, I want that lobster.
Ew.
No. I don't want
Yeah.
to see their face. I don't want to see them alive. Give me this blob of protein on my plate that is unidentifiable as an animal or something
Mm,
that was alive. And I'm
yeah.
happy with it. Right.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with like dogs and whatever. Do I think it's a good thing to eat dogs and cats? No.
Mm-mm.
But that is their culinary experience. That is what they eat. Same way
Yep.
people eat bugs. It's the
Yeah.
same way people eat tree bark. It's called cinnamon, people. Get over
Yeah.
it. It's
I love the taste of octopus. I no longer eat octopus because I am
yes.
afraid that they'll come for me.
Exactly, right? Like it's one of these things where you're just like it's
It's a completely idiosyncratic thing. Do I eat other
yeah.
intelligent animals? Yes. Is that
Yeah.
wrong? Yes.
Yeah.
Am I doing it anyway because I'm an imperfect and flawed human being? Yes. But
Yeah.
that one thing just got to me one day. I was just like, oh, they're gonna be mad. And I just like
Right?
suddenly couldn't do it anymore.
You just think about it, you're just like, oh shit. Okay, maybe I can't do this. No,
Yeah.
it's not yeah. Yeah. I don't like it's even one of those things where I've told people, I'm like, look, if the apocalypse comes and I gotta hunt down my own food, guess who's a vegetarian? I am. Or a vegan, I
Mm-hmm.
should say, because I might be able to milk a cow if I can find one, but I'd be afraid about getting kicked in the face. It'd be a whole
Me
thing.
too. Yep.
But do not ask me to find a bunny, kill it, and skin it, and then cook it for dinner. Now, I will cook you meat, but you have to find it, kill it over there where I can't see it, skin it,
Yep.
chop off its head. I don't need a
Yep.
head. And then
Yep.
I'll cook it for you and we'll be fine.
What
But I
about
am not
fish?
doing it.
Maybe the two of us eat fish.
No, it's the same issue. I'm
Okay.
not picking up something that's alive and unaliving it. That's my whole thing.
I might be able to bring you a fish, but probably the two of us are growing vegetables.
Yeah. Right. I'm like, where's my potatoes? That's
Yeah.
it. I'm all for it.
Yep.
Yeah. But but yeah, no, I have thought about eating, as I said, it's called long pig because of the pork reference. Anyways,
Yes.
just an FYI.
Yes.
Um for
I am
I
aware.
yeah, I have not thought about this as much as you have, obviously, but definitely this video and the stories he told have stuck with me clearly. And I
Mm-hmm.
found because it's not just that I think it's macabre and kind of disturbing,
Mm-hmm.
or it's also like the body mutilation aspect of like
Mm-hmm.
self-mutilation aspect of it is also disturbing.
Yes.
Because it's not even just like yes, serial killers and people who just kill people and eat them is fucking creepy.
Oh
But
yeah.
the fact that you want someone and you want to watch someone eat you,
Right.
that to me is a different kind of psychosis that is at a higher level. And
Yeah.
so like
And
it's
yeah.
stuff like that that I like that's this thing that sticks with me. It's not like the eating of the people, which is not a great picture in my head, but also it's just like it's the harm you want to do to yourself that
Mm-hmm.
is
Yes.
oh yeah.
That's a lot of, the conversation around medical assistance in dying is
Mm.
can we say that a person who would consent to this is in their right mind? I think we've made a lot of
Yes.
progress on how we view medical assistance in dying, but I think that, that's also the same question that decades earlier people are asking about gender affirming surgery,
Hmm.
right? It's just like we do not know if a person who says, I really don't need my genitalia or I really don't need my left leg because somebody might have a better time eating it than I would have walking around on it.
Yeah.
That's, again, that's way deeper into the human psyche than I am qualified to make a decision about.
To any, yeah, exactly. Any
Yeah.
decision about, especially about someone else's
Yeah.
choice to do it, you
Yeah.
know?
Now, however, if they are a chef and they serve it to me, that checks off a major box on my theoretically hypothetically perfect list.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, I do think it's weird that both of these movies A, have cannibals, which didn't strike me in my brain for some reason. But also, I find what's interesting about both these movies that like all of the women in the movies are A, objectified,
Hmm.
B, often assaulted,
Hmm.
but C, they're also none of them are damsels in distress. They're not waiting for somebody to save
Hmm.
them no matter what the situation is or what how dire it is. Even in like Silence of the Lambs, the girl in the well, she's like, I'm gonna take
Yeah.
control of this. This is
Yep.
crazy. You have Clarice and like and this movie, like even like everybody that's in it from
Mm.
skinny little Nancy, and Becky and Gail and like Rosario Dawson, Alexis
Oh.
and Jessica Alba, like all
Mm.
of the women in the movies, none of them are damsels in distress, even
Hmm.
though they are the victims of male violence throughout
Yes.
all
Yeah.
of it. And that's one thing I do really like about both of these movies is that like yes, it showcases this horrible aspect of society, but it also shows that like women don't have to take it anymore. Women can fight back or quote
Hmm.
unquote can take control, can move forward, can they don't have to be like this is where I am, so this is where I have to stay. They can get up and make a change and do something about it. You know.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I also do think that, if we're drawing parallels, both of these movies acknowledge that uh, women are not able to just do that and achieve equality, right?
Yeah.
Women have to block off an area of the city for themselves and defend it with their lives. And it's a very tenuous uh, piece that they negotiate with the rest of the city in the Sin
Yeah.
City.
And they have to
They
give up part of themselves to do that as well.
exactly.
Yeah.
And, Clarice cannot just enter the academy and become an FBI agent without allowing parts of herself to be used, obviously, like without allowing Lecter to devour her worst memory like it is a snack,
Yeah. Yeah.
without allowing Jack to put her both in danger and to use her like a pawn.
Hmm. Yeah.
They're both stories that feature, the plucky young heroine, but that place them in totally different, obviously, scenarios, but scenarios that acknowledge that they're not going to be able to overcome it just by being plucky.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing that happens, and we're gonna go back to like Marv's storyline where Blondie is being used as a pawn, right? She's being used to start this war to get into Old Town, with her
That's
life,
what happened.
essentially.
Yes. Yeah.
So like she's being used as a pawn, but her twin sister, so you like with Marv, I kept forgetting, I'm like, oh, that's not Blondie, that's Wendy. I think it was Wendy was her sister's name or something. And I was like, oh, so you're the one taking control of the situation. But because like her sister's murder was pinned on Marv, she's also being used as a pawn for the people starting this war, right?
Yes.
And it takes her a while. Well, as soon as because the thing is, she shows up just guns a-blazing, not asking questions, not nothing. I'm just gonna
Mm-hmm.
murder you and hit you with a car. I'm not gonna hear you talk. But as soon as she actually hears him talk, she's like, "Oh shit, I'm being used as a pawn. Let me help you now."
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then the thing is, then she's used as a pawn, by Marv, who just wants to use her to get somewhere. And as soon as she gets there and is like, "Well, it's my turn to take revenge," he like knocks her and is like, "No, no, no, I'm still busy doing this. You lie down, passed out over there, so I can get my job done." And you're just like, but she clearly has urgency. She clearly can handle herself. She clearly needs to be here, but you're taking that away from her.
He
You know?
knocks her out and then talks about not roughing up dames,
Yeah, yeah.
which I know is supposed to be ironic, but really doesn't do it for me.
No, yeah, it really doesn't work. I was like, you just punched her.
Mm,
You hit a dame. Like,
yeah.
so
And that
yeah,
and it, and
it's
the movie isn't, it's a little playful and it's a little bit like hyper, well, it's a lot hyper realistic, or not hyper, larger than life. Sorry.
Yes.
It's a lot larger than life, and it's a little playful, but it doesn't have that sort of, that fell flat for me as like an ironic, self-aware line.
Yes. Yeah.
It
I
just
think
felt like,
that's I
yeah.
think that's what it is because I think Marv, well, all of the quote unquote good guys who are actually like except for the cop by Bruce, who's played by Bruce Willis, like Marv and uh the guy played by Clive Owen, Dwight,
All
um,
right.
they're both criminals. They've both been convicted of crimes, murders, and they're out. But they have this like moral code about like people who treat other people badly pisses them off,
Ooh,
right?
it's almost like,
Right?
mm,
So it's like but you're the bad guy doing crime, but also you're the good guy because you're doing crimes for the quote unquote good reason. Shrug,
mm,
I don't question mark, I don't know. But the
mm,
way the movie's set up, you're like, no, you're on their side. And you're just like, you know what? I'm along for a ride. I'll
yeah,
take it, I suppose. You know, that's what it is.
you're right. Well, disrespect is unspeakably ugly to them.
It is.
Uh, but I do have a note that there is a line in uh, Mickey Rourke is Marv. Yes.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
There is that line that he says about the shrink tried to analyze me once, but she got too scared. And I was like, I am 24 hours out from watching Lecter talk about the census taker. This is just not landing with me.
Yeah. Yeah.
I get where you're coming from, but
Yeah.
you didn't get all the way there.
You didn't get all the way there. Yeah. But I think I also think his death scene is brutal but very funny with the electric chair and stuff. And like they
Yes.
zap him the first time, he's like spitting up blood pouring out of his mouth. He listens to it, he's like, is that all you got? You know, like what? You're just like tough to the end
Yeah.
kind of thing, right? So
Yes. And there, I think the sort of over the topness is that does land with me. And I wonder if, again, uh, not being familiar with the source material, I wonder if there's like underlying just lack of women as human characters that makes some of those other moments seem flat or uninteresting to me. Where
it's
the,
totally possible. Yeah.
I
But
don't know.
also, I think because so Sin City is like it's an anthology series essentially where
Yeah.
it takes place in Basin City and it's just stories that happen in that city. So I
Yeah.
think there are stories that'll hit and there are stories that'll miss no matter what the content is. Like you're
Hmm.
just like, I just don't care about this story. You can skip to another story kind of thing,
Yes.
right?
Can we go? Yeah. Can we skip to Benicio del Toro with the pistol in his head?
I'm sorry. That whole story is it is pulp to the nth level in the
Yes.
best way possible.
Yes.
I love this story. And don't get me wrong, the Bruce Willis story with Nancy, still very, very good. That ends the movie. I still love it and
Yep.
everything.
Yep.
But this in the middle, you're just like, this is like, it's like chocolate syrup on some ice cream. You're just like, you
Yeah.
just pour that right on there. It's great. Yeah.
Yes. It absolutely is. And I was very, very, I reacted very differently to that part of it than
Mhm.
I did to the rest of the movie. And I agree. The story at the end is compelling. I wanted to ask how you feel about Jessica Alba and Bruce Willis.
It made me a little uncomfortable by the end because, like I like this story. So he's like the cop who's gruff. He's got to retire.
Mhm.
But he's like, I'm doing this moral thing. I got to finish this one last job because I got to save this 11-year-old girl. I'm gonna save her. I'm gonna save her. You
Hmm.
know. And then he does. Of course, uh he's betrayed and captured and you know people are trying to like throw things at him and call him like a abuser and all this kind of stuff.
Hmm.
And this 11-year-old girl is like, I love you. And I was like, okay, she loves him because he saved her.
He
This is
saved her
fine.
life. Sure, yeah.
And so he's in prison getting letters from her and stuff, and he's calling her, he's like she's like a daughter I never had, and I
Hmm.
think he always just pictures her as an 11-year-old girl. And he does
Right.
mention this later when he actually sees her on the stage,
Hmm.
that, whatever. But I think he also is picturing her, seeing him as a father figure, but
Hmm.
she is seeing him as like, I want to fuck that guy because I
Mm.
love him.
Mm.
That's when it got really uncomfortable.
It
And I was
is
like,
uncomfortable.
it's very, but like she's throwing affections at him, and he's like, at first he's like pushing it away, and then
Hmm.
they're in that hotel room, and like she kisses him, and he's like, no, like not even like trying, like, oh no, don't,
Hmm.
uh, that kind of thing. And I'm just like, no, you just like two scenes before you're like, she's like my daughter, and then you're making out. I'm like, I don't like it,
Yeah.
but
Yeah. I think I would have been more comfortable if they didn't wrestle with it for so long and just did a thing that was gross. And I don't
yeah.
know what that says about me. I don't think I like what that says
Hmm.
about me.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but
But
the
I,
rest of the movie
yeah.
is comfortable with all kinds of terrible things being perpetrated upon women.
Yeah.
For them to spend a long time on this thing, I think you do because it's Bruce Willis. One, I think, asking Bruce Willis to play a role where he doesn't mention that it's weird
Hmm.
that a 19-year-old that he sees as a daughter is then suddenly sexually in love with him.
Yeah.
Uh, Maybe he has some objections to that. Maybe you don't want Bruce Willis to walk off your set.
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't know what, I don't know why, I don't know why we needed to go into that much detail about it. I wasn't sure
Well,
what they were getting at.
yeah. Well, okay. So I had to look this up to be sure. So Frank
Okay.
Miller did actually write the source material. So he did write the actual graphic novels. And one thing I know about Frank Miller is that he often likes to put things in there that are either like societal taboos, or shows like the absolute worst part of society in some way,
Okay.
right? And I feel like that was I wouldn't be surprised if that's part of the story that he wrote, knowing that he wrote the source material. And
Right.
he is doing it specifically to make you uncomfortable. That's
Oh, well,
that's
it worked.
why he's doing it. Yeah, it worked.
Okay.
It definitely worked. But I think it's the like they're trying to do this whole um like how you see people compared to how they see you thing in there, but
Hmm.
just in such like an awkward way that
Yeah.
it's, yeah, that you're like, I understand why she loves him, but also ew, like it's
Ew.
that kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So also I just also noticed the publication dates for this were, yeah, the same year Silence of the Lambs came out till 2000. So 1991 to
Wow.
2000 was when they came out. Yeah.
Okay.
Just an FYI. Just
Yeah.
information being put out there. Yeah.
Hmm.
So yeah, I think it's based on him doing it. I think he's just purposefully did this to make people uncomfortable. Is to make you like
Yeah.
think about it, and like, why do you think it's like, just despite the age difference, it's one of those like, why do you think it's gross? Is it because he thought of her as a daughter, but she's not his daughter, so maybe it shouldn't be gross. It's just a man and a woman who are being consensual with each other. But also, I'm like, as he says, he's like, I'm old enough to be your grandfather. I'm like, yeah, he's
Yeah.
in his like
He's not comfortable.
60s. He's not comfortable. He's in his 60s and she's
Yeah.
19. But obviously, in our society, we've seen it where there are people who are very comfortable being 60 and having sex with a 19-year-old. So
This movie was produced by the Weinsteins.
okay, never mind. Okay, it just got
Yeah.
grosser. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. But okay, as we're talking about it, I do see that like Marv and like Josh Hartnett, we are not seeing heroes except arguably for Dwight, um, who I just think is nifty. Maybe I'm
Mm.
overlooking a lot of the bad stuff he did because we don't know as much about it. But we're seeing heroes who are white knighting explicitly for women while harming them.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
You know,
Like this is
and
a.
Bruce Willis, uh, his character is pretty straight ahead a good guy,
Mhm.
but again, we're seeing something about this hero that is making us uncomfortable. So okay, all right,
Yeah. That
you
blurs
make a good
that good
point.
guy line. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's like I like this character and I think the story's really interesting and also like the twist of like how like they faked harming her to find out where she was and like this whole thing and like I just find the story to be such like a really good classic detective tale kind of thing, that I really just enjoy it.
yeah,
And it's more and this is a story where there's less gray area between the good guy and the bad guy. Or like, no, this yellow, creepy, smelly dude is
oof,
definitely the bad guy.
yep,
And this old retired cop trying to save the girl slash the kid is definitely the good guy. Hard line
yes,
in there. And I think that's what I like most about it, which I think is a problem within a lot of content that we have right now, is this like humanize the villain. I'm like, nah, they're just bad. Can we just go? I just
yeah,
let them be the
yeah, yeah,
bad
yeah.
guy, you know? Um,
Lecter's fascinating, but he's not a good guy. He's a monster.
yeah, yeah. And I'm like, I
There's
don't
no
need to I
humanizing
don't need to
him.
see his childhood or why he turned out that way. I'm like,
Mm.
right now he's a monster, and that's what we're looking at. Monster, monster, monster.
There's a whole book about his childhood, but can I tell you, I haven't read it, and that should tell you something.
And that's fine. It's just
That's
it's
it.
just
It's the
like
most recent one, and I'm not
you're
just
not
I'm
you're
into.
not into it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
It's like all these comics about like the Joker. And I find
Oh,
the thing that made the Joker scary is that you didn't know where he came from. But now they're
hmm
putting out all of these, like there was ideas put in before of who he
hmm
is and all this kind of stuff, but now they're doing like deep dives into like where the Joker came from and who he was. And I'm not talking about just the Joker movie, which I have not watched because I
mm.
don't need to watch that nonsense, and I'm not
We
going to
talked
watch the
about this. Life
sequel.
is short.
Life is short, yes. But like they're trying to do all this like deep dive into like the Joker's past and where he came from and how he became the Joker, and I'm like, then he's not the Joker anymore if you know where he's come from. You're
Yes.
not you're taking away the thing that makes him scary. You're taking away the thing that makes him evil. Let him be evil. This
The
is
absence of
it is a
humanity.
it's the absence of humanity. Exactly. I'm like, but he's a bad guy and it's not the real world, so just let him be the bad guy.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I do think part of why I love, the TV show of Hannibal so much is I had, as I said, such an edge lordy streak in me as a kid, and that also led to a lot of gatekeeping behavior about like, oh, it's not the right way to tell this story, and I have like completely done a 180 on that around stories and properties that I love, where it's like, yeah, okay, give me a dozen like movies about Hannibal that do explore all different ways to tell this story,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I want to see Hannibal set in the 1930s. I want to see Hannibal with a totally with a black cast, like set, you know, in the middle of New Orleans in 1940. I want to see everybody different take on that archetype and tell it in their way, right? I want to see it done as a absolutely as a musical. I want to watch the
Yeah.
animated series. I want to watch his cooking show. Like you can tell it so many different ways.
Yeah.
Um, but mm, wait, I lost where I started. Where did I start from?
Oh my
I got
God.
excited about Hannibal the animated series.
You got lost and thought
Oh,
about like, oh, what song would they have in the musical? Yes.
I did.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. Well, we were talking about gatekeeping, I think, a
Yes.
little bit.
Okay. Yeah.
And no, you're probably gonna have to chop this part out.
Yeah. Yeah. It's fine. Like, I mean, like you are saying as well, it's like I don't mind. having the same story being told multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
Just make it interesting. Just change. Don't make it too tropey, but put in the classic things that make it work. And like changing the scene, having the same characters, but changing the circumstances slash the scene
Mm-hmm.
will just make it more interesting or more complex
Mm-hmm.
or a different way to look at things, right?
It's a big enough story to be told more than once. Oh, we were
Yes.
talking about humanizing the villain, of course.
Humanizing,
Pardon me.
yes. Sorry. Yes.
And I do think that Man in Yellow gets some he is a monster.
Yeah.
Um but he does get some backstory. Do you feel that that takes away from his, like, we see how he got to be where he is?
Well, his backstory, he doesn't, the thing is, his backstory only goes as far as the first time we see him at the beginning, right?
Oh, where he's already a monster.
Where he's already a monster, but he's in human form, quote unquote, right?
Yeah.
And then he gets shot and mutilated, and then he becomes a monster by trying to make himself, or his father trying to make him a normal man again. And but that was the side effect,
But he
right?
cannot.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I'm like, all it makes me think is I'm like, oh, you were a monster on the inside at the beginning, and then you're a monster on the
Mm-hmm.
outside at the end and
Yes.
inside. So we can actively see the monster.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Yes.
But also there's a part where so like when you first meet him, like Bruce Willis is just going on about how much he smells and all this kind of stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
then later on, when he gets in like the car accident, he goes and he finds his blood, he gets it on his fingers,
Yeah.
and he's like, oh, his blood smells even worse than he does. All I can think of is the Tauntauns on Planet Hoth, where it's like, oh,
You
they
think they
smell
smell
even
bad
worse
on?
on smell on the outside, they smell even
There we
worse
go.
on the inside. That's all I could think of after, and I giggled for like 5 minutes.
Oh,
It
that'll
was
take
just
you out
like
of it.
it really took me out of it for a little bit because I was just like, there's a little Luke Skywalker inside of you right now. It's fine.
Yep.
I was like,
I
that's why he's got a big pot belly when we see him later. Yes. Yes.
um I you may have thought that we would not have a Star Trek moment on this episode because I have not watched Star Trek, but I was so proud of myself that it's the Man in Yellow. It's a Ferengi that he looks like with
No.
the ears, and then no, I thought I was right.
Uh,
I remembered a Star Trek word. Is that a Star Trek word?
Ferengi is a Star Trek word. It's an alien with the guy with the big ears and the
Yeah.
teeth and all that kind of stuff.
Does he not kind of
Very
look like that guy?
Oh, he does kind of look like that guy, but that guy is actually the guy who plays John Connor in Terminator 3.
Okay, but I remembered a Star Trek word, and I was very proud of myself.
You know what? I am very proud of you because I didn't even bother thinking about it because I'm like, it's not going to come up. So, but yes, thank you. That made me really happy.
Yeah, well, I tried.
You did pretty well. I will give you that.
Thank you.
But now this is making me like, oh, who in these casts? I'm with this cast specifically, I'm pretty sure there's a Star Trek person,
We've got to have somebody.
which I think maybe this dude. Hold on, I'm gonna keep it a secret who I'm looking at right now. Hold on. In
Ooh,
case I'm
okay.
wrong,
Yeah.
nobody
Fair enough.
nobody can tell. Oh no,
Mm-hmm.
it's not that guy. I'm glad I didn't say it.
Whoa, good. Good thing.
Woo!
Yep.
Good job, Tracy. I know it's not
Mm-hmm.
some of like the bigger actors, um, but
Hmm.
could find. Oh, maybe. Yeah. Oh no, but that's the video game. Does that count?
It might have to count.
It might have to count. But Michael Clark Duncan did a voice
Ah,
of a Klingon in Star Trek Klingon Academy in 2000, the video game.
nice.
Yeah.
Good work. Oh man, we forgot to talk about his incredible character design.
Oh my God, with like the gold eye and like
Yes,
the
it's so
hat, and
good.
he's got like I find like he's dressed like a bellboy, but at the same time, like you're a really big bellboy that you're
Like
gonna
the
hurt me with your
scariest.
gold eye. Yes.
Yeah. Like a very
Yes.
violent bellboy.
Yeah. That's true. Like the character design in this movie is, I know it's based on on all of like the artwork and everything, but
Hmm.
the fact that they were able to bring a visualization to these
Oh,
characters in such like
yeah.
a intense and awesome way was
Yeah.
just you guys are you're killing me. Like because they even still looked bigger than life. They still
Yes.
looked like the characters, even if you look up the visuals of the source material, which they show at the
Yes.
beginning, when they
Oh my
show
God.
like it's this character, it's this character, it's this character, you're just like, what? This
It
is
really,
amazing.
really is. With
Yeah.
the nose on Mickey Rourke and even the way that they shoot Bruce Willis with the extra square jaw and the scar, and it just
Yeah.
people become sort of like icon versions of their
Of
characters.
yes, yeah.
Yep.
It's really, really fantastic.
Yeah.
And based on I'm looking at some of like the visuals from the comic right now, and I'm
Oh,
like, this is a scene right out of the movie. Like they just
yeah.
captured this scene slash this moment. And
Yep.
it's what's really funny is they okay, so the part where Michael Clark Duncan's there and he's brain squeezing Rosario Dawson or whatever.
Hmm.
And there's like the guy beside him with like the bald head and he gets like the arrow through the body.
Right through him.
It's like there's a note. Apparently that's right out of the comic book. So
Wow.
okay. And he's
Wow.
just there like, what, nobody cares? You're just gonna read the note? Should I go to a doctor? Like what's happening
Yeah.
here? Blah blah blah.
That is the other thing that I remembered from this movie. It was shot and cut by Robert Rodriguez, and then did you see that? It's right through me.
And nobody cares. And they're just like, okay, we
Yeah.
gotta go downstairs now. And then he gets shot in the head. You're like, all right, sure,
Okay.
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It, yeah.
there's also like a drawing of Elijah Wood's character here, and they capture it perfectly. Like
Wow.
it's really
Yeah.
crazy.
And the fact that it again, we're back to this movie, it is so technically proficient, right? Like
Yes.
Robert Rodriguez, I think, has said that he didn't want to direct the movie so much as he wanted to translate the comic books into a movie. And,
Yeah.
maybe the movie suffers a little bit to me, for uh, work that he did not do to change the source material to maybe make it a more palatable movie that I might have enjoyed. But again, the big swing of his dedication to making this comic book literally come alive
Yeah.
is worth watching all on its own. And
Yeah.
I don't know enough about like the technical side of movie making to know how impressive it is, but it's 2005 and this movie looks pretty good.
Yeah. It no, like it looks like something that could have been put out yesterday.
Yeah.
Like it is it they definitely used a lot of CG and a lot of I want to call it like paint over or whatever. Like
Rotoscoping?
it's
Yeah.
not rotoscoping.
Not
That's
rotoscoping?
that's different.
Yeah.
But like when you're changing the colors of a scene
Oh, yeah.
specifically, and like there are definitely scenes where it's not just like they change it to black and white, it's just like a shadow, because they use like a lot of in the comic book they do this as well, based on the images that I'm looking, where they do the opposite with like shadows, where shadows are white instead of black on them. And while you're
Yeah.
watching the movie, they do that as well. And I feel like
Yes.
that may have been like hand done by somebody,
Yes.
scene by scene kind of thing in 2005. Whereas now you probably could have
Yep.
like, you know,
You could
AI'd it or something,
you
whatever.
could probably sap all the life out of it and make it look kind of boring. But
Yes, yeah.
the pools of blood, in particular, the pools of blood are often white and they
Yeah.
look like they're drawn on,
Hmm. Yeah.
but
And
it
which
doesn't take you out of the movie. It puts you into the comic book.
yeah. Like okay, so you know what? There are scenes that are rotoscoped in it, I believe. Like the part like well, one of the first scenes at the beginning when Josh Hartnett like shoots the girl on like the roof and it's raining and stuff, and they
Oh,
do the whole like they're just silhouettes, like white silhouettes on the screen.
yeah.
I'm pretty
Oof,
sure that's probably rotoscoped.
that's cool.
Um, but
It's
that
so
stuff,
cool. It looks
it's
so cool.
just so cool.
I want
Yeah.
the, yeah,
Yeah.
I want it to be a little bit better, but maybe I will wait until I'm feeling a little bit cheerier.
To watch. I mean, it could
Yeah.
be one of those things where they just picked the wrong story because, like I said, like all of these stories in this world sort of connects on some level,
Hmm.
because they happen in the same city, right?
Yeah.
So like maybe he just picked for you at least, he picked the wrong story to throw in
Maybe.
there at that point. But the way the stories connect in this, and to me, they seem like the right stories. I think the stories
Yeah.
work really,
Yeah.
really well. Um, can I talk about uh,
Yes.
the Irishman who shows up or whatever, Scottish, Irish, they're
Please.
Irish
I may have
because
missed some of this part of the movie, so you
okay.
might need to fill me in.
So this is past the part where the policeman pulls over Clive Owen,
Hmm.
and you have Benicio del Toro in the car beside him. And the reason why
Yes.
he's driving on there, he's going to like the tar pits to dump
Yes.
the car and the bodies,
I know
right?
that because I nodded off for 1 second and woke up and there was a dinosaur and I was like, what did I miss? And it turned out it was literally 1 second.
It's 1 second exactly. It's he
I
turned a
was just like,
corner.
I
That
did
was
not
a
remember a
dinosaur.
dinosaur. Yes.
Um,
Okay.
and
All right. I'm with you up till
so
there.
but there's mercenaries that show up.
Mhm.
But they're from Ireland. And apparently they were part of the I'm not allowed to get this wrong. They blew up stuff in Ireland and stuff. Um, oh my God. Anyways, they're from Ireland. They were part of like the resistance or whatever it's called. Oh my God. People are gonna get mad at me by if I say it this way. But anyways, they were happy to be out of
Oh my God,
Ireland.
it's the IRA. Sorry, I'm
The
talking around you.
IRA. There you go. Yes, they're from the IRA.
I was like, Tracy, I got it. It's okay.
They're from the IRA, and they're just like, oh, it's so refreshing to be in America. I'm so sick of just blowing up Parliament buildings and blah blah blah. We get to have a good time, you know. And they're just like having these conversations after like they blow up Clive Owen and the cars in the thing, and he's sinking, and they're like sawing off the head of the dude because they just need the head.
Right.
And there's the one guy that shows up. What is his name? He is so Tom Flanagan shows up and he's Brian, the guy with the bombs. And for some reason, the line, "Shut up, you stupid slag," I think is one of the best lines in the whole movie. It's just the way he says it, where it is, how it's done. I'm just like, this is peak entertainment. Peak entertainment. That's
I
it.
am going to have to go back. It did not stand out to me, possibly because there was some covert snoozing around this time.
Okay, that's fine.
But I don't think that's the movie's fault because
Yeah.
I was much more interested in this story than I was in the
Yeah.
previous one. I think that
Yeah.
might
I
be my
think
fault.
even if you go back and just watch that story, like I don't think the way the stories are set, you don't have to you can watch
It,
each story
yeah.
separately as like mini films. That's
Mhm.
fine. But even if you go back and just watch this one story beginning to end and like like the whole sequence of how they put together what the cops are trying to do with Old Town and
Yeah.
blah blah, and how they find out they got a mole in Old Town and how he has to
Hmm.
like stop them and get the head and
Oh,
you know
Alexis Bledel breaking my heart.
breaking your heart. It's horrible. And it's just like a really intense scene, and you have what's her name? Miho with her swords
Hmm.
and her like throwing stars that are
Yeah.
swastikas for some reason, but like good
Uh,
swastikas, like the
yeah,
traditional
yeah.
swastika, not the
I
Nazi
did some
swastika is different.
Yes, I did some
Yes.
very preliminary research that indicates that no, that's not meant to be a Nazi swastika. There is an explicit swastika on a neo-Nazi elsewhere in the movie.
Yes.
There's a
And
skinhead
it's
with a neo,
yeah.
yeah, and that
Yeah.
is meant to be some Nazi shit. There's just
Yeah.
a lot of swastikas around in these
Yeah.
movies.
It's right. Oh,
I'm hoping that you invited me here because of Bruce Willis and cannibalism tying these movies together, and not because of the swastikas.
not because of the swastikas. No, no, no. And the funny thing is, the reason why I know there's a good swastika and a bad swastika is because of the X-Files. So there's a whole episode about it. It's fine. Um, but yeah, like, and she's like throwing these stars at them. She's chopping off people's heads. She's like saving the day.
Yeah. Yes.
There's a point where they're in the sewers and like she just stabbed this Flanagan guy in the back, and Clive Owen's overvoice, he's like, he'll never feel it unless she wants you to. And then she like twists the knife and he's like,
Oh, yeah.
oh, he feels it. I was like, oh
And
my God.
it makes a noise.
Noise, yeah. But also like the way it's, even if it's just a voiceover and he's not actually saying it, I was just like, you are chewing all
Yeah.
of this. You're chewing up the dialogue, you're chewing up the scene as you're like sneering at him, like, oh, we win. You're like, it's glorious, and she's just like glaring at the guy from the back, and oh,
Yeah.
it's just beautiful. And
Everybody is set to 11 the whole way through.
the whole movie.
Yeah.
And like I don't understand. Like, I understand that there's the graphic novel is there. That's the source material. And they probably went in and were like, we're going to make this movie. But at the same time, I don't understand how they sold the production company on making it, because the idea of saying, no, I want to make a movie that looks exactly like the source material. We're going to do it like a noir 1940s pulp movie where there's a bunch of overacting, but we're going to get like every actor in Hollywood to be in it. Like, but isn't that expensive and isn't that hard to do? Like, yes. And I'd be like, what? I don't know how that's going to work. Like,
Yeah.
like I just don't know how they sold them on doing it. Maybe it's just name recognition, whatever. But at the same time, I was just like, I don't know how you got sold on doing this movie, but I'm glad you did.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I also don't know how. And the movie also screened at Cannes. Um,
Yes. Yeah.
I don't, I mean, again, we're talking about a technical achievement, but maybe that's why. But I also don't know how it got there otherwise.
I don't know. Every once in a while, a big film like this makes it to Cannes, and when it hits regular audiences, you understand. You kind of understand why it makes it there because of how artistically creative it is. But
Yeah.
also at the same time, you're like, this is a pulp action flick. Like, why is this
Yeah.
showing at this big prestigious thing that's about like the art and the deep throes and the depression of our society, like
Hmm.
reflected on screen kind of thing. So yeah,
Mm.
it's I don't know. I just really like it. I really do just really like it.
You know what? I like it more now than when we started talking about it.
I'm glad you do. I'm
Yeah.
glad you do. Um, my other point in this movie,
Mhm.
this is a Frank Miller, Robert Rodriguez, Quentin Tarantino movie. There is surprisingly little swearing in this movie, which shocks me.
Really? It
There's
felt like there
all
was a lot.
there's almost there's no
Hmm.
F-bombs in this movie. They don't say fuck at any point in time.
Whoa.
There's a couple of times where somebody gets called a bitch and somebody says shit. But most of it is, again, it goes back to that pulp time period. You're like, God
Right.
damn it, blah, 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 blah. Like it's that
Yeah.
kind of thing. And the funny thing is so my mother was staying over yesterday, and I've mentioned before, she's very averse to swearing in films. She hates the
Yeah.
language, she gets upset. And I warned her, I'm like, look, we're gonna go home and I gotta record tomorrow. I gotta watch this movie. There's
Hmm.
gonna be cussing because in my mind, this movie's just
It,
full of cuss words. It's just full of
yes.
cuss words, right? And as I'm
Yeah.
sitting there watching the movie, I'm just like,
Huh.
he hasn't sworn yet. There's no, and the credits roll. I'm like, I know they said
What?
bitch in this one scene, and they said shit in that other scene, but
Huh.
there's no cussing in this movie. Like, what is?
A lot of
It
no good, low down rat think bastards.
yes, yes. So it's
Hmm.
kind of like it's shocking because I'm like this movie has a hard R, and I was like, I know there's violence in it, but there's
The
surprisingly
boobs, Tracy.
it's the boot, it's the nudity,
We can't
and
have
it's
people just
the
looking at
violence.
boobs.
Yeah, that's just wrong because this movie
Yeah.
has like a hard R. People are like children can never watch this; they will be warped and blah 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 blah
I mean, I
blah.
think
But I'm
that's
like,
probably a good idea.
yeah, with the cannibalism and the crazy
Just
priest and
the
the
cheapness of human
shooting.
life,
Yeah, that kind
Yep.
of thing. We don't want that to be like the regular thought of things. But yeah, it's
Yeah.
the lack of cussing in this movie was extremely surprising, especially based on the filmmakers. So
Yeah.
because I like if you watch any other content from these people, it's fuck
Oh,
this, fuck that everywhere, and
yeah.
you're just like, what is
Oh, good
even
job. Now
happening?
your mom can't listen to this episode.
I
She's don't your mom probably shouldn't.
know. She probably shouldn't. I
No.
mean, I think if she listened to many of these episodes, she's like, what is Tracy watching? What is this how she regularly talks in society? She's recording herself saying these things? Oh my word, you gotta fan
Oh
her as she
no.
passes out and gives me
Hmm.
a lecture. I'm like, do you know how old I am? You can't give me lectures anymore. It's fine. Your mother's always your mother. You will always get a lecture. It's fine.
Uh-huh.
Sadly, we all know this.
Hmm.
But yeah, no, that was my
Wow.
last takeaway from this movie. There's like no cussing. And like you, I was picturing the movie. I'm like, there's cussing. And you're just like, what do you mean there's no cussing? I'm like, there's like no cussing in this movie. Yeah.
Huh.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird. But it's just done so effectively that you don't even, a movie filled with
Yeah.
like gangsters and criminals and robbers and
It doesn't shy away from
prostitutes.
other things.
It doesn't shy away from anything, but you're like they very much act on the pulpiness of the movie because I
Yes.
think a true noir pulp does not have cussing. It doesn't.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
it just adds to the mood of the space of it.
Yes.
And that was the other thing that got, I think, because this is a movie that's out of time and not really set in a specific time.
I have several
Except
notes that say, when is this movie?
Yeah, except for the one time at the end where Alexis has a flip phone. Um, like this will be an ageless movie because it's
Hmm.
not in anywhere.
Yep.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did we cover all your notes for this? Do you have more notes?
Oh, my notes get pretty spotty
Yeah.
near the end here. My my last note is, oh, look at that. In Nancy, we also have a smart young woman who is studying up on law and pole dancing. Wait, I don't remember Jodie Foster pole dancing. And then 5 minutes later, I was fast asleep.
There's nothing wrong with it. That is fine. Yeah, no, yeah. I don't know. Uh I think I'm just gonna go into my final thoughts about both of these movies. I think both of these movies are great movies. And I think also if you're like a student of film and you want to like watch good, not just artsy, but like watch good filmmaking, you should watch these two movies.
Hmm.
And not just because I'm like, no, check out the technique, check this out, blah blah blah. I think you get lost in how these movies are made because of how easy they make how difficult the filmmaking is seem.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. They make it look easy.
Yeah. And I think that's also like the aspect of a good movie. You're like
Yeah.
when you're not focusing on how you're just like, "Oh my God, how did they do that's crazy?"
Yeah.
No, you're watching it and then at the end of the movie you're just like, "Oh wow, that was a ride." I'm like, "But now that I think about it, it
Yeah.
comes back to you after when you think about it for like 5 minutes." Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What are your final thoughts on these two movies?
I think, well, I think a lot more. Well, my final thought is I think a lot more about cannibalism than the average bear.
Yeah.
Um, and that, you know, these were a tough watch back to back because of the amount of violence towards women and the uncomfortable exploration of the limited ways in which women can defend themselves.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, I think there were a lot. There's probably a much more erudite conversation that we could have had about bodily autonomy and, women's rights and all of these things. But I don't feel like I'm prepared to discuss that in any great depth.
Mhm.
Um, but I do think that uh, I think your point is uh, that's really what I love about these movies is that they are incredibly technically proficient, but they are telling not they're telling really interesting, fun, really interesting stories. They're telling entertaining, like genre stories.
Yes.
And they're films. They are incontrovertibly films that have objectively good things about them.
Yeah.
And I think there's, you know, I think that Silence of the Lambs is still the only horror movie ever to win Best Picture.
Oh,
There have
okay.
been some like horror adjacent films, and it's certainly the only horror movie that ever swept all five major categories. It's one of three movies that has ever done that. And so I think, you know, it's worth looking at these lapses of these genre defining films are worth watching as much as the fare that I don't find as interesting. They are technically as important. They are artistically as valid.
Yeah.
Maybe not all of them, but a lot of them are
Yeah.
probably worth, you know.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. That
Yeah.
it's things can be very different, but still be equally relevant and equally good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I find it very hard when people are just like, no, 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 you have to pick one. I'm like, but why? They both
Mm,
exist. Just
right.
why can't I
And
pick both?
yeah, and like I watch a lot of horror movies. It's generally the first thing that I reach for if I'm going to watch a movie. I want to watch a scary movie, and so you know, there's a lot of there. Well, I would say prior to like the 2010s, you're going to get a lot of scoffing. It
Yeah,
was like, oh, okay, she likes horror movies. She's a weirdo.
yeah,
Well, you're still going to get that. It's like, oh, you're a weirdo, and you like just like watching people get stabbed to death or whatever. But
yeah,
you know, I cling to these. Intrusions of good taste upon the horror genre, like
yeah,
Silence of the Lambs, like Sin City, where there are really, or just genre films in general, where there are really interesting and really artistically valuable contributions to the discussion, so that I
yeah.
can lord it over people later when they try to judge me.
Like, oh, you want to judge? Here's my thesis. Go fuck yourself. No, it's fine. All I want to say on that part, I'm like, we are very different people because the horror movies is like the last thing I'm gonna to reach for. Like, it's a little bit above documentaries, but no, no.
I find most documentaries to be far more intimidating and terrifying.
Yeah,
I
they're
don't need to know
yeah.
about real horrors. There's so many of those.
Right? Yeah, I'm already living through the real horrors. I don't need to see yours. I'm fine. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, Leah, I mean, oh, we have talked a while. We have talked a while. But like this was like a really good in-depth discussion, and this is what I'm here for. I love it. And we did tangents and we got X-Files in there and cannibalism. It's great. It's a good time. It's a good time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I could probably do this all day, but you already have enough editing in front of you.
Well, again, thank you so much for coming on. We have to get you back again. Maybe not with a Bruce Willis movie, maybe something else, but you know, as I say, Bruce Willis is in a lot of categories every year, so it
I might branch out.
happens. Yes. You like it, don't lie. Mm.
I do. Thank you, Tracy.
Oh, that's right. You did. You made like a appearance on your husband's one when we did like Fight Club and Fifth Element. I think you like
That's
showed up. You're like,
right. Oh my
I
God.
have something to say. I was
Oh
like,
no,
okay.
I do have a Bruce Willis streak. Uh-oh.
I think you have a Bruce Willis thing. I think unconsciously you have a Bruce Willis thing in your brain, and you're like, I'm
I
here for
am not.
this.
I
Prove us
learned
other.
something today.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. But until next time, thank you so much for being on.
Thank you.
Yay! Well, that's it for this episode of Off My Shelf. Until next time, you can follow along on Instagram and Twitter at ohmyshelf, or you can send an email to ohmyshelf@gmail.com. This episode was produced and edited by me, Tracy, with original theme song by Ori Falconer. Like, subscribe, leave a comment wherever you listen to this podcast. Come back next time to see what falls off my shelf.